Look in a rock and take his fame. Loves to drive that General Lee. Every Sunday with OMD. Step up, he's ready for a fight, even when he has an open mic night. Boyness is here, so don't you sweat, cause Bubba Duke and OMB are here to own this set. So sit back and enjoy tonight's best, cause it's time to roar at Boar's Nest. Bubba Duke is here and plays his game, looking to rock and take his fame. Loves to drive that General Lee every Sunday with OMD. Step up, he's ready for a fight, even when he has an open mic night.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know I forgot to turn my camera on. Silly me. It's been a long weekend. I had Bulkster here this weekend. So, quick shout out to the Bulkster if you're watching, brother. Thank you for coming up and adding to the family. We had a great weekend. I took him all over my city, took him to his American fireworks, which, by the way, are way better than the Canadian ones. But first and foremost, I need a special lady to say hi in the chat. I need to know that this lady is here. Mama Bear, are you here? Please say hi. Yes, I'm here. Something along that line. Please. Just make sure she hasn't messaged me and said anything. Because I want to make sure she's here. I have a special surprise for a viewer named Mama Bear. She is a very big supporter of our program. Everything that I do and OMD does. And I know you don't see OMD here. Again, he's on vacation. He has his son with him. So that being said, I'm going to wait till Mama Bear is here and tells me she's here, because I have a special surprise for her. So let's get into the game we're playing. As we all know, I'm continuing the story on Star Wars Squadron. I do have more Star Wars games coming, like Star Wars Survivor and Star Wars Outlaws. So we're going to play that eventually. I do have other games that are on the docket as well. Give me a quick second here. I don't know if it pulls it up here. No, it does not. I have a mech game that I am checking out. We will be playing. There's a mech game out, Titanfall 2. We're going to play that and compare it to this new game that they came out with and how we feel about it. So that will be an option for everybody to give their input as well. So yeah, I'm just waiting for her to jump on. I know my beautiful fiance is watching. Dixie, if you want to jump in and say hi, that would be nice too. Okay, just to let everybody know, I need to change this headset for my game headset so that I know what's going on within the game. Because if I don't, hold on, I need to change this to try and bring that picture down to proper size. So let's boost it, HD, boom, and you watch it's going to shrink and look silly. But if I go like this and go back to the standard definition, it should, yeah, there we go. Now you have the whole screen on there. You see everything I see, which I absolutely love, because then I can go edit here. That was not supposed to change. That's supposed to stay right there, but that's okay. Let's do this. I'm going to shrink this one down just a tiny bit and make these two a little bit bigger so that you all can see my pretty face a little bit better. Just give me 2 seconds here. And we'll save that. There we go. That's a little bit. I'm a little bit bigger. Not much, but a little bit. So let me switch the headset, and then once Mama Bear comes in and finally talks, then I will give you guys a pause on the game because I need to address something with that beautiful young lady. So give me a second here. I'm going to switch headsets because I need to hear the game. And you know what I'm going to try to do for you guys? Because I've heard rumors that I can do this and not get in trouble. So I'm going to unmute that if it'll let me. Unmute. Come on. Why is it not letting me unmute it? Oh, it is not letting me unmute the mic. Maybe because I got to go over here and do it. Maybe that's why. There we go. So now I'm going to click the auto button here. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear the audio on the game. If you can actually hear the audio on the game over my loud mouth, please let me know. Tell me if you can hear it. Oh, I hit the wrong button. So there's challenges I can do here too. Like I have to do my challenges. I haven't done any of them yet. But again, don't care. Story mode, continue story. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. The last we were here, we had severely disrupted the ability of the Starhawk, they call it. See there, it's quite damaged. So that's a good thing, I think. I'm not sure. We will find out. We will find out. Let us get into the adventure. Okay, so while we're waiting for Mama Bear to show up, because that is, let's go talk to our Vanguard squad mates. So I hope you can hear this. All right, can you all hear that? I don't know. I'm trying to adjust the mic to see if you guys hear the audio from the game. If not, I'll just mute it again because there's no point having it unmuted. Okay, so now we got to go to our debriefing because I'm going to be flying this X-Wing right here that y'all can see. So let's go over here. Is there anybody? Like, I love these droids just zip around. Like, they just do their own thing. Nobody else to talk to. Let's go to debrief. Okay. Okay, so before I get too far into that, just to let you all know that we're going to play this for a little bit. and Mr. Parrish will be showing up in the Boar's Nest later. And at that point, we will switch from video gaming, as you can see, Boar's Nest gaming / open mic night. So after Mr. Parrish shows up, we are going to stick around. We are going to switch the background that you see right now, and we will go to open mic night, where we are going to discuss the upcoming pay-per-views, which is going to be Saturday night's main event, and the all women's pay-per-view. Cannot remember the name of it, but we will be talking about that and some of the matches that we know that are scheduled to be on that pay-per-view. Again, we're just waiting for Miss Mama Bear to grace us with her presence. Look at all the uniformed people. My squad is here. Let's do the debrief. Mission 14. Last flight of the Starhawk. Whoa. Oh, dude. Holy everybody. Okay, I don't think that's working. So I'm just going to turn it off for now because I'm not getting any feedback. All right. Well, let's talk to who we got to talk to. Get more info. So, for everybody to know, Lyndon, the gentleman they're talking about, was an Imperial officer, defected to the rebel cause, and was just killed in action. Well, look who's here. Mama Bear, thank you for showing up. Let's let this finish. Put this game on pause, okay? So, I have something special for you, Mama Bear. Something very special. Let me get it over here. All right, everybody. You ready? Let's do it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I'm Mama Bear. And the boys love you.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, that is correct. It is Mama Bear's birthday today. So happy birthday, Mama Bear. I am so happy that we have the pleasure to say happy birthday to you. and that you're here chilling on your birthday with silly me gaming and just having fun with you. So thanks everybody. Glad everybody showed up. Let's get back to the action. And we have to talk to somebody else here. Okay, so we don't have much time. Let's get to the hangar. Bulkster, what's going on? Okay, Bulkster, you're here, bro. Can you let me know if this is working? That you can hear my, not just this audio, but my game. I want to know if you hear the game. Oh, who do I need to talk to? Who do I need to talk to here? Nobody. These guys. Let's talk to them. Okay, so I'm just gonna mute it. I'm trying to work. I changed some settings on the audio so that we could hear what they're saying, not just read the captions. So sorry, guys. I thought I had it working. Mama Bear, happy birthday. And I played a happy birthday video for you. If you didn't see it, let me know. I will play it again. I have zero issue with that. Okay. Once they're done talking, I will play it again for you. I don't want anybody to miss anything, right? So. Yeah, that's right. The galaxy's not going to save itself. So the goal here now is I got to defend the corvettes that are going to hook up to the tractor beam of the Starhawk so that we can crash that thing into the moon that's already destroying itself. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while I have you all here again, because Mama Bear missed the video, we're going to play it again. So, Mama Bear, are you ready? Once I get the okay, we're going to play this thing. Just say okay. So I got you. Yes. All right, here you go, sweetheart.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I'm on a bear. And the boys loves you.
There you go. So happy birthday. Thank you for celebrating your birthday with all of us here in the Boar's Nest. We greatly appreciate that. Hopefully you are having a great day. Okay, so I got to run this via... Oh, I could pick anyone I want. So you're very welcome. You're very welcome. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? We've flown one of these, didn't do too well. We flew an A-wing, not bad at it. The U-wing, which is a support ship / gunner, not my thing. But let's try an X-wing on the program tonight. And launch. I do get an R2 unit, but no, it is not R2-D2 because he is off with C-3PO and Luke Skywalker. No, Luke Skywalker's dead in this one. That is correct. I don't know where he is. He's not in this game. Okay, so we got all the functions ready, good to go. I think we have to do this one. That's the one we got to reach. Power up. So that moon is where the Starhawk is going to go. But we need to destroy that thing. Okay, let's do it, people. Trying to destroy this thing. It's one down. Too close to the engines. Oh, I just got it. That was crazy. And there's that silly radio thing again. Whoop. Okay, that Star Destroyer is gone. All right, so I got to regroup. Let's go. So, Bulkster, if you're still here, bro, thank you again for coming up this weekend, hanging out with me and my family. And it was fun. I definitely can't wait to do it again. Yeah, we got to cover these two Corvettes now. Excuse me. Okay, so see that blue? Whoops, I just turned the wrong way. That's the tractor beam. Okay, that's an A-wing. I don't need that. Holy, this is intense right now. No, that's an X-wing. There he is. It's an X-wing. What's that? Nope. Nope. Where is he? It's a Corvette. Whoa, let's go. Woo, dog. It's getting intense out here. Shit, there he is. Oh, no, don't hit the... Oh, my God. There we go. Wait. All right, where are we? Come on. It's not what I'm looking for. Where are we? There's the Starhawk. Whoops, just bounce off it. Yeah, that works. Shit, I lost that ship. Where'd it go? Right there. There, destroyed. Let's go. Get out of here. Where's the other? There he is. Sweet, we got that guy out. Spin. Oh, yeah, there he is. Come on. Jeez. There's a TIE fighter. I don't even know what that was. No, that's an X-Wing. TIE fighter. There you are. No, 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 no. Come on, Bray. Done. Yeehaw. Oh, come on, bruh. No, that's one of us. Oh my god. All right. That's my winger. Nope. Nope. Come on. Where's the next one? All right, turn and fall back. Let's go. Whew. Eyes are watering. That was intense, man. I didn't think it was going to be that intense. Oh, geez. What are we doing? Speed run. Oh, shoot. I just hit the rocks. Yeah, I'm dead. Turn around. Are you crazy? This stupid thing was behind me. Why would it tell me to turn around? Sorry, but I ain't waiting for nobody. There we go. We out. That was hard. We out. Didn't get all the medals, but again, I don't care. I just play the game, right? All right, what's the next mission? Okay, this is pretty cool. I'm not sure if I just finished the whole game or if that's just a. Yeah, it is. I'm done. Wow. That was interesting. Well, let's skip that because there's got to be more to the story than just that. Because if that's all, that was pretty silly. No, that is the story in a nutshell. Okay. So let's play. So again, this game you can play multiplayer with people. It's cross-platform compatible. You can customize your character, which I'm not sure if I actually did yet. But let's go see what it does. Custom pilot. No, I haven't. I haven't changed my pilot. So let's. And you could pick any. Like these, you have to pay for these. These specialty characters, which is fine. I don't care. Yeah, let's keep that body, that head. All the different helmets you can pick from. but you only get 2 at the beginning. You get this one and this one. I'm going to pick this one. All right. You can pick man or woman. Again, you only get 1 suit, but you get to accumulate points and stuff, and you can buy different outfits to eventually look like your favorite character. And you only get 1 outfit underneath, 1 set of leggings. You get the regular gloves or the short ones. I'm just going to leave that. And these are different things you can, different emojis you get to do. Let's do the good job. Oh, what was that? Oh, you're balancing your helmet. Hey, there's the R2 unit. Now you notice that the top of the R2 unit, it's green, not blue like R2-D2. So you don't get the R2-D2 unit. Okay, so let's back out. That one's done. What else can we do? Oh, let's customize our starfighter. So we're going to use the X-Wing. This is just literally weapons you can pick so that you don't have to, and you got to pay for all this extra stuff, right? So, which we do not have. Here are some paint schemes. We can use that one. And then the rest of these you need to pay for. So I think the red one like this, that is Luke Skywalker's original X-Wing that he went and met Yoda in. So you got a bunch of different paint schemes, customized paint schemes, different. I mean, that one looks cool. That's neat as well. See, and there it is. Yeah, because there's Luke Skywalker's X-Wing, to be exact. That's why it is legendary, because he pulled it out of the swamp. Again, people, any questions, any input, please feel free to interact. Leave a message like Bulkster and Mama Bear. Ooh, look at the rust on that one. Was that the last one? That was the last one. Okay. So let's go over to next. Again, you can put different logos. Like these are Yoda's. Some X-Wing squadrons that you can put on there. Different little patches and logos. Which, oh, there's the Rebellion one. That's nice. The Rhinos. Oh, Mudhorn. Okay. These are Ghost squadrons, so nobody knows, Ewok squadron. That's cute. Little Ewoks. Galaxy's Hope. That's pretty neat. And then these are different ones here. Alpha Bet Squadron. Okay. And there you go. So we can't pick any because we have to pay for it. But I'm just going through and showing you. This is the hologram stuff. So you can use this one, which you got to pay for, right? You got to get special coins and get these. So, I mean, they're all really unique in their own way. Some of them are very crisp. This one, I like that one. That one's pretty cool too. Oh, dude, and they have it. Look at Princess Leia talking and putting the message into the R2 unit. And whatever that is. Oh, what's it? Oh, we have they have different bobbleheads. So there's a Rebel fighter. Your speed racers. That's cool. Different little knick-knack. Oh, you could put an X-Wing in an X-Wing. Who would have thought about that, eh? I mean, oh, there you go. That's the one I would put in my X-Wing right there. Flying through the galaxy. Oh, there's a little droid that you see running around the Star Destroyers and stuff. Oh, look, it's the Baby Yoda. I can't remember what his name is now. If you know who the Baby Yoda is from The Mandalorian, please type his name in there. Please and thank you, because I can't remember his name. Of course, we got Chewie. Oh, there's a lightsaber. Obviously, it's rusted and no good. Oh, there's a bunch of patches and stuff, different cards. And I'm thinking that's another lightsaber. But the stone is on the outside. Okay, that's neat. What's this? Oh, little hangy emblem thing, like a mirror hanger. So there, obviously, that's the Millennium Falcon. Not a clue what that is. Some kind of flower. A droid. That is the red stone from Darth Vader's lightsaber. It's an A-wing. Part of my nose is stuffed. Okay, so this is all different things throughout the Star Wars universe. That looks like the Mandalorian ship, to be honest. And then a couple of diamond and okay. I was hoping, not gonna lie, I was hoping to see the Star Wars version of Fuzzy Dice. I was hoping to see that, to be honest. All right, so let's back out of that. So you can do that with every ship that we have available, which is pretty cool. I mean, I'm not upset about that. So we can also inspect the vehicle that we pick. So you can look out here. This is all. Let's go down this way and inspect this end. Go around here, inspect the back. So you just like, because sometimes you see silly things just kind of sitting around on your ship. Like the one time I went around my X-Wing, in the back, I seen a Yoda toy. It was a stuffed Yoda. It might have been the little Yoda doll, the baby Yoda, but it looked like Yoda to me. So it was sitting on the back of my wing, like in the area where you see my white dot pointed right in the middle there. It was kind of sitting in that area by the engines. So I was like, oh, that doesn't look right. Okay, so we're back to the front. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in the cockpit because I have never been in this this particular fighter. Oh. So let's look around. So you can actually move and look behind you. So we got some kind of oxygen systems and whatnot right here. That looks like the auto eject right there. You just pull that towards you. Or it's a handle to fire weapons. A weapon, because it goes up by the looks of it. Sorry. And we got different buttons, relays. That's open your hatch. And there's the servos for controlling your fighter. So, I mean, that's pretty cool. Again, the detail in these ships, obviously they've had somebody from the studio come in and say, this is what it actually looks like on the inside of the ship, and make it as close to as possible to the real ship. Like, look at all the buttons we got. Like, what one releases the bombs? Let's just push that button. Wow, look at how cool that looks. Like, it's all lit up and shit. I wonder if I can... Nope. So, yeah, you got a bunch of different... Oh, it looks like your oxygen system right there. I don't know, but it's very detailed, very realistic. I'm sure that's if you want it to move quicker, you tighten that up and it'll be tighter. Different functions for these. Okay, so that's cool. Now, the Rebel hangar, so to speak. Let's click this button. Let's go to the dark side. Let's go to the Imperial hangar with the TIE fighter. Now, we do have the ability to walk around here. You can customize. Once again, let's change who we are. Again, if you want to be this person, you need to obviously win prizes and or purchase the special that you need to have to get it. But we're going to go with this body. Okay, and we'll use this helmet, obviously, we have to use. Boom. Okay, so let's look at what we have. Just basic helmets, different colors. And in the Imperial Army, the different color of your helmet represents a different rank and position within the fighting force. That's a nice one. But this one, yeah, it's just got different colors on it. So again, you could customize your helmet as well. Ooh, that one's cool. There's another one that, again, different color represents different squadrons, right? So oh, that's cool. Hey, they got some pretty cool helmets over here, not gonna lie. I like these full face ones. They look really cool. See, that one looks kind of mean. Oh, I do have another one down here that I can use by the looks of it. Ooh, that's cool. Shows me I can use this one as well. Don't like it, though. It's not as cool as the other ones. Like that. That one's cool. So that's an Imperial Knight based off the colors and the pattern and all that. So you got more options if you want to go to the dark side, apparently. You can do some really cool stuff on the dark side. Navigator helmet. So there you go. That's a navigator. Whoa, that's too shiny for me, but really cool. And the yellow ones are legendary. So anything with a yellow strip beside it that you see, that's legendary. And the purple is epic. So there we go. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Silver Slayer. Chrome Slayer, more like it. That's shiny. Holy, oh, gold chrome here. Golden Fury. Okay, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. ISB Loyalty. That's a cool looking helmet. Welcome to the show, Mr. Best. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I finished the story mode, so I'm just kind of going through to let everybody see what kind of upgrades we can do. Of course, I'm going to be the gentleman on this game. And we can't purchase or do anything on here because I don't have the specialty coins that we need to purchase. Again, you just get a basic outfit, but if you get the money, you can upgrade to that. That one would be cool because that goes with the suit or the helmet, as does this one a little bit. Again, different colors represent different statures within the hierarchy of the, like, your ranking and stuff within. Ooh, this is cool. Okay. Different glove. Yes, we can wear short gloves or the long ones. I like the short ones. But again, you got so many different ones you could pick from to customize with your outfit. Get all the silly stuff. So just to let you know, A is the woman's voice, B, man's voice. And that's it for the Imperial. Again, we can go up here, customize whatever we want. Again, TIE Fighter, the TIE Bomber, the Interceptor, the Reaper, which is a support vehicle, and the Defender. That is a cool looking ship. So let's check this one out because I've never had the opportunity to fly this ship. Again, different colors and paint schemes represent different factions within the Imperial Army or the Imperial Air Force, I guess you would call it. But some of these designs, pretty basic, but cool. Like that. That's just a basic paint a straight line on the wing and you're good to go. Where some of them have more design to it, like that. I think that's a bat. Or like some kind of demon shaped animal, space animal. Whoa, that is cool. I mean, I'm not upset about that. Make it look rusted, and then you could just kind of float through space. And then if you see rebels go by or one or two rebels flying by, you can power up and shoot them down, and they have no clue you're coming. Oh, that looks neat. I'm not upset about that one. That one's kind of. It's like one you would see on the movie where it's got your lights on it and the inside of the cabin's lit up red. That's just your typical clean looking, brand new, off the line interceptor kind of thing. That's cool. I'm not upset about that one, but we have to go with the normal gray looking one. Again, we have the option of putting Darth Vader on it. So we have different Lord Vader, Imperial Stormtroopers, Sky Strike Academy, Sith, sorry. Rancor, nice, I like that. Okay, so we have different within the Imperial military, different branches and families. Wow, okay. And I'm not upset about this. Vader's fist, which is his right hand military. Okay, I'm not upset about that. Again, these guys have holograms. So where does the hologram come up? Bottom corner. Okay, which sucks because you cannot move the camera to see it, but it gives you a base idea of what's what and what it looks like down there. So these are more legendary. See, that looks like Lord Vader. Yes, that is the Death Star #2 from I think it's the third movie that was the original 3 that was made. It's a bounty. I mean, some of these are pretty cool. Vader's tie. Nice. And Emperor Palpatine. That's cool. Okay, what do we have here for... Oh, no way. I knew they were going to have that. That's cool. Anybody want C3PO's head on a stick? Inside your cockpit? Can't disagree with that. Okay, so some of them are the same. There's Lord Vader. Of course, Lord Vader's fist. TIE pilot. Okay. And that's the dude from I seen it in the show, Mandalorian. There's another one from that show. Of course, you get lightsabers as well. And an Imperial. Okay, cool. Not upset about that. Hold on, I went past one here. Oh, that, and it hangs on the opposite side right above where we're looking there. Okay, so, I mean, some neat add-ons. That's an AT-AT. Right? No, an AT-ST, right. AT-AT is the big one. I mean, I would want a Star Destroyer in my fighter. Oh, there's Vader's. Nice. And then just some different things to pop up. That is so cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, questions are questions, and I do ask, should we try a quick match to see how it goes, or try some special events? Let's see what the special fleet event is. Oh, it won't let me join. Here we go. Oh, that's if you have a colorblind person playing this game, you can change it to suit your issues you have with colorblindness. So let's go quick match, real quick. Do we want to be the New Republic or the Empire? Personally, I'm going to be the New Republic. Just because I can. Oh, pardon me. Do this real quick, and then we'll call it a night, I think, here. All right. I'm going to take this. Let's go out and destroy some of the Empire. Is that what we're doing? I don't know what I'm doing here. It's not telling me. But I'm going to go this way. Holy, where are they? Oh, that guy just went. Oh, where'd he go? There he is. Hey, did I get them all? Okay, I got them all. How do I get out of here now? Options. Main menu. Okay. Well, that's what you do. You basically just fly around, get guys, kill them, that kind of thing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 after 9 o'clock. Should I keep playing? Or should I play a different game? What would you all like to see? Let me know down there in the box. What would you like to see? A new game right now? I'm gonna play another game, or I could keep playing this game. I'm just waiting to find a match right now. That's kind of why I'm asking. See how long it takes to find a new game. Mr. Best, if you're in the room, feel free to jump in, my friend. Get your input on this game as well, because I know it is on PlayStation as well. I'm assuming it is very similar on PlayStation as it is on Xbox. Da, 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 da. Mr. Best, if you're here and you come in, we can start the open mic night. I know we're waiting for Mr. Parrish to jump in, but I had some things I want to discuss. I'm just kind of waiting for Mr. Parrish. Some things that have happened around the world, that kind of things that have to do with wrestling I want to discuss, because I think it's going to take a minute to start a match here. Oh, my goodness. We're just waiting for a match to start, ladies and gentlemen. And once Chris Parrish, or Chris Best show up in here, or even OMD if he is awake and his kid's in bed, and do an open mic night. Because again, there's some things I would love to talk about that have happened in the world of wrestling, the world of music and entertainment, because there's a lot going on in our world right now. Good things, bad things, but I don't care about the bad things. I want to talk about the good things. But I don't know if I'm going to get a match on this game now. Well, let's try something else. Let's go over to training. Let's do dog fighting. Because we get points for this. And the points we earn, we get to buy stuff for our character, for our ships, all that kind of stuff. So we'll see if it'll let us do it. I just went multiplayer dog fighting. So I don't know. I'll figure out what I got to do. So people, while we're waiting, the QR code underneath me here, if you take your camera, hold it up, scan it, click the link that comes up, that would be turnbucklestudios.org, where you can meet all of us and check out the latest products and all of us. Leave us emails of great show ideas, whether you want to help with the show, collaborate with the show, or you have your own product and you want somewhere that's going to help you make it just that much better. Leave us an email, please. We are here to help people become better and have fun doing it. While I'm waiting for a thing to start here, let me play our awesome commercial we have for you of everything that is going on here throughout the week. Grab a pen, piece of paper, write down the one that you want to check out the most, and please write it. And the date, the time, everything, let us, jump in and interact with us. Here's the great commercial.
Turnbuckle Studios and the Turnbuckle Affiliation Program bring you the week of streams. All times are in Eastern Time. Monday nights you get the Locker Room Breakdown at 7 p.m., followed by the Raw Patrol at 8 p.m. Tuesday brings you the flagship show, Turnbuckle Talk, at 8:05 p.m. Wednesday we play games with the PlayStation Showcase at 8 p.m. Thursday we got total non-stop action with Brace for Impact at 8 p.m. Friday we game again with Unleashed, the Jessica Wilde story at 7 p.m. Following the game, join us for the SmackDown Security Detail at 8 p.m. The weekend brings you Saturday Night Gaming at 8 p.m. On Sunday be sure to catch the Chris Parrish podcast at 12:15 p.m. followed by the Boar's Nest at 8 p.m. Be part of the shows and join the chat every day.
There you go, everybody. That's everything that goes on here on the Turnbuckle Studios, Turnbuckle Affiliation Program, everything. So please check that stuff out and enjoy it. So I have been playing a couple of games. I'm not sure how we feel about checking them out right now, but this is one of the games, so let's jump into it. I have never played this game. You're gonna find out if I like this game or not right now. So let's check it out together. Again, feel free to interact, ask questions. I've never played a game like this. This is a mech game. It kind of looks like a Japanese game or show that I used to watch. Gundam Wing. Kind of looks like that. So that's kind of why I wanted to check it out, because it's got that Japanese anime feel to me. Of course, we're going to brighten this up so we can see it really good. Oh, can't use that. We got to use this. I want to be able to see. Can you guys see the last triangle? There you go. Yep. Well, the first one, I guess, would be the one I'm looking for. A. North America. Yes, we are in North America. Let's push start. Oh, we have to go like this first. Let's use this. Yes, yes. Again, this is why I wanted to get the audio working for y'all. It's nice and loud. I don't know if you can hear that now. Just let her talk for a minute and see what happens. No, it ain't working. So that's fine. We'll just close that and mute it again because it ain't working. Let's jump in. Code name. Well, guess what it's going to be? Bubba Duke. Let's rock this out. I do not want to be a girl. No offense. Okay, so push X to edit. How do we actually pick whether we want male or female? Oh, it still looks like a woman. Okay, hold on. Let's go up. Okay, let's edit this guy. Hair. So you pick that hair. I think I'm just going to leave it on that. Ah, so your person cannot have a beard by the looks of it. Maybe it's in her makeup. Facial hair. There we go. I think we'll do that. Okay. Confirm. let's go veteran mode because we're crazy enough to do that, right? No. Here we go. Let's get it. I'll take it. Well, guess not. I guess I'm dead. Of course, we're going to start the game like this. Oh, it's a mine bridge. So this is kind of. It's just kind of Pacific Rim meets Gundam Wing. So this is pretty cool. I'm not upset about this at all. Okay, that was weird. Okay, this is different. So we have two different weapons to be used at the same time. Oh, excuse me. Oh shit, there's another guy. So the sword, if I push right trigger, it throws me at the enemy. That's cool. Whoa, that's insane. Colossal. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I wish you guys could hear this music. This is very anime-esque. This even the music is very. Oh, Colossal Striker coming at me. Yeah. Holy cow! I beat it. That's crazy. I just wish we could move quicker. That's all. Okay, this is a pretty cool game. I'm not gonna lie. Excuse me. Whoa, here comes another colossal. And sorry, I'm not talking very much. This game's intense. Oh, I think we just destroyed it. Ouch. Yeah, that works. Holy. Whoa. Look at the graphics on this game, guys. Holy. This is insane. Two years later. This is cool. Oh, dude. I get to launch this thing? Okay. Okay, this is getting pretty interesting, this game. Again, great graphics, great story. Okay, let's see what this has for us. Whoa. Okay. Wow, that's so cool. Well, I know what game I'm going to continue playing. Ooh. Oh, I destroyed him. Nice. I just wish I could go faster. I don't know how to go faster. There we go. All right. Excuse me. Holy cow, that was a little hard. Jeez, they couldn't let them shoot it because they just keep knocking it offline. That was insane. Whoa. Okay, so we're done the first mission. That was a sweet game. I like that. We are playing this again. Uh-oh. Hmm. Dude, this is intense. Wow, this is intense. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to call this right here. I'm going to go over, save this. I don't have a run ability. Oh, yeah, we do. There we go. Wow, this is a different game. I'm going to tell you right now, it is pretty awesome. Knock it up. Oh, I get to lie down. I think this is saving the game, basically. Okay, so I can't even pause this game right now. There we go. Let's go out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut this game down, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to put my other headset back on. So 1 second here. Oh, don't get that tangled up there. Okay, so let's take this off. Let's put this one on. I need to adjust my camera and my position here because I'm a little uncomfortable. Ugh. All right, Mr. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do something very different because we're already on 2 hours of gameplay. Okay. Unheard of in this, but I finished Star Wars Squadron, moved to Mecha Break, which a brand new game just came out for me on Game Pass. But let's change things up a minute here. So we're going to take gameplay down. Boom. How you doing? Welcome to the show. This is where everything changes. Speeds. We're going to go to an open mic night. And when Mr. Parrish jumps on camera, he's going to jump on with me. And here, Mr. Parrish, welcome to the show, my friend. That's everybody. We are doing an open mic night now. We're just switching gears a little bit. Nothing big. How are you doing, sir?
Doing well. I gotta apologize already. I told you 10-15 minutes about an hour ago. Sorry that one, I'm on hard time. If you know, you know.
No, it's okay, dude, because we finished Squadron, like I said. Really good game. Story mode was really
It
cool.
looked intense.
It got really intense at the end. We had to destroy the first Space Hawk. It was a big giant ship made out of destroyed Empire ships, which was really cool. They made a fleet of them to help defend the Rebel Alliance. And then I found Mecha Break.
Okay.
Dude, that's the game I was just playing as you came in. Intense. It's a mix between Pacific Rim and
Okay.
I'm not sure if you heard of the anime Gundam Wing from
I've
Japan.
heard of it. I don't know anything about it.
What you've seen is basically it. You're a human within a mech suit that goes out into space, destroys the bad guys, keep human survival going, that kind of thing. Highly recommend, even if you check out some of the new stuff, because the old stuff is all Japanese with English subtitles, but the new stuff is English dubbed. Incredible.
Yeah.
One thing I want to talk about before we get into wrestling, because I know we both want to talk about the amazing pay-per-view that's coming up on Sunday, correct? Evolution?
Yeah, there's a okay, so Great American Bash is on Saturday, Evolution
Yes.
is on Sunday, and All In for AEW is also this weekend. I believe that's Saturday as well.
Right.
It's absolutely crazy. And so yeah, and everything WWE related is in Atlanta, both in Great American Bash and Evolution, whereas All In is in Texas. I
Okay.
believe I want to say Dallas. I don't know. I don't watch AEW. I'm just aware of it, but I do know a
Yes.
place you can check it out locally that we'll talk about later.
So
but
I'm not sure if you're privy to what happened yesterday, other than it was the 5th of July. Other than that,
well, yeah,
I'm talking in the
I was
music.
busy getting my. Enlighten me.
Now, okay, so Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath had their last concert together ever. I'm getting goosebumps and my emotions are picking up because I'm an Ozzy fan. I've gathered vintage first print vinyl for not only
Nice.
Black Sabbath with Ozzy, but Ozzy on his own and Black Sabbath on their own without Ozzy. It's very unfortunate. Ozzy is having some very big health issues. He's in the early stages of Parkinson's. They're telling us, and his health is very declining. So Ozzy, being the classy man that he is, I'm going out on my terms, not the disease. So he invited his former bandmates to England to have a one last night hurrah together. Place sold out. I tried to get tickets just because I wanted to have tickets and I wanted to go.
Yeah.
Out of my budget, number one.
You don't say.
They sold for a pretty penny. Some of them were pretty cheap. Like they had way back up top in the stadium, kind of, for a decent price. But it was the matter of got to get my passport, got to get plane tickets, got to find a place to stay, and it just wasn't happening. There was no way there was anywhere to stay because the tickets sold.
Yeah.
But I caught clips of it on YouTube. You can see Ozzy's not doing well. You can hear it in his voice, but he troopered through it and just showed what true heart from a rock and roll legend can do. Because, I mean, the band, Black Sabbath, all the original guys were there. And they just looked at Ozzy and were like, whatever you want to do, brother, it's your night. And they literally went from the beginning of Ozzy's career all the way through all the major songs that he liked through the years and did them all. So it was like a 2.5, 3 hour show. And it ended with Ozzy saying, thank you for everything you gave me. Thank you for everything that you allowed me to give you. Have a good life. Kind of thing.
Yeah. The swan song.
Pardon me?
His swan song.
Yeah. So I know Ozzy doesn't watch our program, but
You should.
he should be watching our program. It's a great program. But I just want to say thank you, Ozzy, for all the years and everything you gave the rock and roll community. I know a few of his albums helped me get through a drug and alcohol addiction. Just listening to the positivity in the lyrics of like Dreamer, that whole album, So thank you, Ozzy. I wish you nothing but the best and your family. I wish them all peace while you're going through what you're going through.
Yeah, it's an end of an era. And definitely in that.
Completely.
And that's the unfortunate aspect of, us growing up. That means everything that we loved when we were kids is also growing up. And that's just the unfortunate. Now, I was more of a Metallica guy myself.
Right.
I was never I didn't hate Ozzy or anything like that. I just wasn't an Ozzy guy.
Wasn't your thing.
No, it was weird. And I'm not even going to say James Hetfield was the world's best singer because we all know that's not
he's
true.
Really not. No.
Although he vastly improved over his time. And I think that's
definitely.
Yeah. And he wasn't even the original Metallica singer anyway. He took over anyway.
No, he was supposed to be guitar.
Yeah, that's not the essence of this story here. But there was just something about that band that always, I went to. But I'm not more like Ozzy. Definitely is that shriek type of voice.
He has that. Unique.
Yeah, and there's an aspect to that 80s metal where I like it, but I don't live and breed on that being all my likes. I do like a good clean vocalist at times too.
Yes.
When it comes to just acoustics, if you can make an acoustic version sound just as good, if not better, than a recorded version, you're a great singer.
Yeah.
That's all it is. That's why I look at guys like Miles Kennedy as being such an amazing singer. His vocal range just insane. Yeah. Also in a rock movie called Rockstar, by the way.
Right.
That's a cool thing. And basically
I-
did Creed 2.0 with Alter Bridge, but that's again.
Yeah,
besides the point.
that's not here nor there. But even here's the greatest thing, because you just mentioned one of the best metal bands of all time, Metallica.
But um,
Ozzy, ironically, touched that band as well. Their
Yeah.
new bassist was Ozzy's bassist,
mhm.
and Ozzy went, "Hey, bro, you want to work for Metallica? They're looking for somebody."
Robert Trejo.
Yeah, and then and Ozzy's like, "Yeah, guys, I got a bassist for you. Like, I'll just send him over. You check him out if you don't like him. No hard feelings, but I highly recommend the guy."
You mean
And
the
that's how
Roman
he got
Reigns
into
of music?
Metallica.
The Roman Reigns of music.
Yeah, literally, dude, it's crazy.
That's why, like, it was funny. I was talking with Best the other day, and we got him as the Roman Reigns. But then, have you seen Talatonga Hikuleo in WWE now? He looks just like
He's a-
Kirk. Just like Kirk
Yeah,
out of Metallica. It's so weird. So I need
Yeah,
to
it's
find
like-
a Lars, which
right.
I
And
don't know why, but if I shave the Miz's head, I feel like I'm halfway there.
you're close enough, I would say, with Miz.
I
Yeah,
kind of feel like they both wouldn't shut up if I had a one-on-one conversation.
but it's nice to see that. I know people call him the god of rock and roll, the
He-
prince of darkness,
Yeah.
all this stuff. But in all reality, it's like you and I when we wrestled. It's a character. Even
Well-
Ozzy has said it's. You know what? That biting the head off the bat was completely accidental, and then it blew up into something huge.
But it's iconic as hell, though.
But it created the Ozzy that we know.
It would not fly in 2025 at all.
No, you do stuff like that, you're done. But you got to think of the
PETA would absolutely
they
have
would
it.
freak out.
Oh, they would.
They would
It would
lose
be
it.
more than just the opposite of happy with you.
Let's put it that way. That's the nicest way to put it too.
I said
it's
that
just-
earlier. And
It's crazy to see what kind of impact that he has had on different bands. Like, you got to think, who just put out a movie a couple years ago? Motley Crue.
Motley Crue, yeah.
Who was their biggest inspiration to be completely off the wall? Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh, I was going to say Hanson, but yeah.
Hanson.
I mean, with Motley Crue, I'm trying to. Simple Plan wrote a song that Motley Crue used.
Yeah, Motley
If
Crue's
I-
used a lot of people's songs.
If I Die Tomorrow was a song written by Simple Plan,
Yep.
where they thought, oh, this is a song we wrote that would be awesome, and they sent it, and Vince Neil kills it,
it killed it, like
Yeah.
just nailed that thing.
and that was Motley Crue's Resurrection song.
It was. Now here's another gentleman from a different band that has had the impact like Ozzy is Lemmy from Motorhead.
Yep.
Has written numerous songs that neither one of us really know, but he wrote them for other bands
Oh yeah.
like Ozzy, like Motley Crue, and different genres of different music.
I think that's a thing a lot of people don't realize too. Like, yeah, it was definitely a shark infested water with who's the top. There's definitely competitiveness with
Yes.
the 80s and the metal industry, but there's also a lot of, hey, we think this song fits you guys better. Would you guys want it? And there's
Right.
there were those, hey, let's help each other out now.
Yeah, I don't know if that happens nowadays, really, as
no,
much.
No, because like you have to think too, like with Megadeth and Metallica, they're not writing songs for each other. Although at one point they did, they just weren't two separate bands.
Exactly. Yeah.
it was very crazy. Like when there's heat, there's heat. But
Yeah.
outside of that, like it's definitely, hey, yeah, like we're the main act, but we need somebody to open up for us. And then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
time goes by and you realize you can make more money having a super show than you can sometimes just having a standalone show.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I remember seeing Godsmack opening up for Metallica, and it was like Godsmack has
Right.
no issue selling out places by themselves, but
Not an issue.
all of a sudden now you've created this show that is absolutely insane. And Metallica has influenced many bands themselves.
Oh yeah,
And Godsmack is now doing that
doing the same
today.
thing. Yeah,
But they were influenced by Metallica. Like it's just you see the full circle in
it's
music,
cool.
especially in metal. And the one thing I think nobody really talks about is the emotional aspect of metal. Even though some of the best songs are emotionally driven from a lyrical standpoint,
Right.
and it really shows you this is how rock stars have their guard down. Because sometimes some of the more metal songs are really lyrics that really showcase a man opening up his heart. And that was kind of his way of doing so.
Exactly. Like it's and another great band that came from two different bands, Audio Slave.
Chris Cornell.
Chris Cornell. Yeah, thank you. I was trying to remember the lead singers. I'm going, oh, he's from Soundgarden.
Yeah, and Chris Cornell was a huge inspiration for Chester Bennington.
Yes.
And because of that, created that like a passion. And then sadly, they both had their lives taken away in similar ways.
Yeah. Very unfortunate.
And they're two people that you almost took for granted with how many times they let their guard down from a lyrical standpoint.
Exactly.
And sometimes it's not easy connecting the dots because just like in pro wrestling, music can be taken in so many different ways that the real the real essence of it might not be there. Like I would say nowadays in 2025, you're more prone to see a pro wrestler go on a podcast and talk about, how things came to be over a musician talking about that exact same scenario in their end. So it's very, I mean, it's very old school in the sense of this is how men were, but also how men were. And this is only highlighting one aspect because let's face it, there were many aspects that were not exactly ideal with rock stars when it came to their careers.
And I mean, and everybody goes through issues. It happens. It just happens to be that when you're already in the light, it shines that much brighter that there's an issue.
And that's why I think I love the movie Rockstar so much,
right?
Because you have someone who loved a band so much, you create a tribute band, and then you go and see the band. You get to have that moment with the singer where you sing, and then all of a sudden that band has an issue where the lead singer leaves the band, and they bring in that kid because somebody saw the tape, handed it over to the right person, and whatnot, and then all of a sudden an opportunity is made, and we saw how much fame and all that can change people, and that's exactly what happened. And at one point, this character loses everything he's ever had to a point where he ends up realizing what he doesn't want, and that was that dream. And in essence, you see that at the end of the movie, just him doing what he loved, and that is the passion to create music, not selling out stadium shows, yelling at the top of his lungs, and like partying every single night. And then because of that, luckily he got his life back together, or that's what we presume happens.
It's kind of just left at a certain spot where you start assuming things like, oh, he must have, things worked out. He did what he needed to do to be himself, to get this back in place. But it's a good movie. I've watched it. I'll admit I teared up during parts of it, going, whoa, that's deep.
And it's crazy to see like just some of the who's who that were actually involved in helping the musical aspect of that. But then also we got to see the film debut of Miles Kennedy, who we then later realized is the lead singer of Alter Bridge. happens
right?
to be this amazing vocalist with amazing range who has
Yeah,
showcased this on many shows,
yeah,
especially hitting notes that are higher than most rock stars get when they party.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It was good. If I highly recommend if you can find it, watch it. It will touch. If it doesn't at least touch your heart, it should at least touch your soul as like, wow, this is the kind of thing that I don't see, and now I'm seeing it right in front of me. To how some people react to being famous.
And another great one too is if you have a chance to see this, it's a very least popular in terms of like how it came to be, but it's basically a Def Leppard movie. It's called Hysteria. And it's
Okay.
basically like a smaller movie taking you through the journey of Def Leppard. And
Ooh, okay.
it was a really crazy, like I found it randomly on TV years back. And I watched it. I'm like, oh, this is cool. And it actually introduced me to more Def Leppard. To be
Which is cool, right? Like
cool.
how that stuff can do that. Take you from, oh, I don't know nothing about them. Parrish is having technical issues. Just give him a second. He'll be right back. But how simple movies like the rocker or rock star or whatever it's called, and then you get movies that are made by the group of the Motley Crue that literally are just telling their stories about, hey, this is how we started. This is the album that basically broke us into the industry, or the song. And boom, now we're, you know what I mean? Like we're
Now we're
famous,
back.
and we went through all this to learn that that's not us anymore. We're this now. Welcome back, buddy. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you. I don't know if you saw me freezing, but I did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
And well, we work with Best too much to. I now have this lag, like just know when it happens almost as soon as it happens,
Yeah.
kind of a thing.
I knew you had it handled. I wasn't worried about it.
I was like, yep, saw it.
But if you, like anybody that's watching, by all means, if you can find any movies that are based off of bands, like the Motley Crue movie, that rock movie, the one you were just talking about for Def Leppard.
Hysteria for Def Leppard. Rockstar is just a general one.
Yeah.
The Dirt is the Motley Crue one. I know that Through the Never is not necessarily a movie per se, but it definitely takes you to a concert / sometimes like behind the scene kind of movie with Metallica, which
that's a good one too. Yeah.
By the way, the music part of it shot in Edmonton.
Was it really?
Yeah. Metallica. And here's the thing: back when Rexall, Skyreach Center, Northlands Coliseum, all the same arena, named differently.
Just different names, yeah.
The acoustics of that building were so beloved by a lot of rock acts that's why Edmonton really got a lot of rock acts in there. Because the perception of that building was great, and Metallica was one of those bands that loved playing there.
Raised it, eh?
Because they loved the way everything sounded, and it was just absolutely amazing. Hey, as somebody who lived in the area, I appreciated it.
So you've taken in a Metallica concert or two in your time?
I've been in. I think the amount of Metallica shows I've been to are in the double digits.
That's impressive.
I have been on the titty cam at Motley Crue show.
That's awesome.
We don't need to go into any more.
No. There's
I've seen Motley Crue almost the same amount of times too. I mean, there were a couple years where I just went to everything I could find. And at one point, Motley Crue decided. I always said it. Usually, when you're big, you go to the NHL size markets, like the mainstream markets.
Yes.
Motley Crue decided to do the junior hockey league markets.
Oh wow!
And just do
and
Yeah.
just wreck the places, eh?
Yeah, like if you're like, I remember like they did Red Deer, and if you lived in Calgary, you go to Red Deer because it's like an hour and a half drive.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the main cities were very quick commute there, so you would just go there. And even Edmonton to Red Deer, same amount of time too. It's like the direct middle, almost the direct middle point to
Yes.
each other.
Right there.
So yeah, and it was great. You just go there, and
Rock it out.
tickets weren't that expensive because they're not playing in large arenas. They're just playing in more of the smaller venues. But it was still an amazing show. Yeah.
That's they came here, and I was gonna get tickets, and then I looked at my schedule, and I'm like, crap, I gotta work. So I didn't get to go, but it was the fact that they were here. We've had Kiss here 3 times. I know Gene Simmons himself says he wants to come back. He loves this market. I think it's just a lot because we don't go crazy. We're not like, oh my God, it's Kiss. And then we hunt them down what hotel they're staying in and blah, blah, blah. And, bother them. It's come do the show, go to your hotel. You're not going to get bothered. You get to be normal. Like he said, he went shopping and nobody bugged him.
Yeah.
Like, so that you find a place like that, you're like, dude, I want to go back there as many times as I can. I feel human. It's not that we don't care that he's here. We do care. But a lot of the point is that like we have enough respect.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I think also too there comes a time and age with everyone where you realize that, hey, I had my time. It's okay that it's over. Would I love to do this one last time? Maybe if it works out, but maybe you just know you're not able to do those big shows anymore. Like there are some artists that just know their limitations when their age goes up, and because of that, they're like, well, I might not be able to do 100,000 show, but that doesn't mean I can't go to another market and do 1,500, 2,000 at times.
It's smaller. Yeah,
you still have an opportunity to connect to different people. And then maybe you're offering an opportunity to people that didn't have the opportunity to go to those bigger shows as well.
Exactly, right? Like guys like me, I can't go to big shows.
And
yeah.
So like it goes either way. But at the same time, there also comes a time with every musician's career where even if you did have fame, there's a point where you're willing to just kind of diet down a little bit and say, yeah, okay, it's okay that this isn't going to be the most requested show from a ticket standpoint, but maybe I can run a smaller venue and I can put it on YouTube and we can run that way, especially with the power of streaming now. We see a lot of more full shows on YouTube, and we see a lot more of that, knowing that we live in a time frame where, if you own your content and there's a want for it, you can stand to make some money off that.
100%. I mean, there's ways to subscribe to where, like, some people have on Instagram where if you subscribe, not just subscribe, but like you pay money to get special content. Well, there's where you're selling your special content, like at home acoustic sing along concert, so to speak. You pull out your guitar and set up your camera. I'm going to play a couple songs for you today. And the people that subscribe, you get the special content. Hey, if you haven't subscribed to my account yet and you're just a follower, please subscribe and you can get special content.
Yeah.
And you have your little sing along, strum guitar, and just have fun with it.
Yeah, and especially if you have those mailing lists or you have those online stores that you can go, you can get merch that maybe you don't go to a big stadium show and spend twice as much for. You can get it more
at just order it offline,
more of a reasonable price. I don't want to say discounted because I don't think that's ever going to be a thing in rock music, but
kind of like what we have.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's discounted. I'd say it's a fair price.
It is a fair price. This what we have at carlcarefelt.redbubble.com. Completely honest, lowest prices we can get that stuff, that merch, like Parrish is wearing right now.
The hoodie,
The
t-shirt,
hoodie,
not so much. But the
t-shirts.
hoodie,
We
yeah.
got ball caps. We got you put that stuff on anything.
Stickers,
I had to throw that out there.
pillowcases,
Yeah.
mugs, phone covers.
Yeah,
phone
I'm getting a
protectors.
decal for my
Yeah.
phone cover. That's the Boar's Nest logo. But so yeah, to wrap that all up so we can get to the next subject,
Mhm.
just it's not just music, it's somebody's soul being put out there into a song sometimes.
Yeah.
Like Ozzy said, a lot of his songs were from his heart. It's what he was feeling at that time, the emotion he was going through, whatever the situation, he put it into a song to get it out there so he wasn't hanging on to it. Good thing to do.
Yeah.
Sometimes just writing, if you're upset, even writing on a notepad.
It's a creative outlet for
Yes.
musicians, right? Like just
Yeah.
like like for me, like going out and wrestling and performing and being able to play character and just having that aspect, that's a creative outlet. Being able to write and like write a page for a newsletter or have a journal and publish it or like write a
Right.
book, that's a creative outlet. Being able to act and make movies or theater, anything like that, creative outlet. There are a lot of
Exactly.
different examples of creative outlet, and sometimes it's poetry and sometimes it's a poem and turning into a musical thing.
Yep.
That's what a lot of people do. In fact, Anthony Kiedis of the Red Hot Chili Peppers is famous for having Under the Bridge be a poem he wrote about he wrote for a girl that he was too embarrassed to share. And then
Wow.
his bandmates found it and said, we need to make this a song. And it
Yeah.
ends up being, in my eyes, probably the most famous Red Hot Chili Pepper song of all time.
Again, that's all subject to personal, but
Subjective.
I'm thinking, I'm right there with you. That is one of the top songs that I've listened to and just kind of went, whoa, that's not only triggering emotions, but it's making me think, wow, like that's awesome. And if you don't listen to music that like moves you a little bit, you're listening to the wrong type of music. Really.
Well, I think we got to always look at it. If it doesn't move you, so many reasons to why. Also, what was when you listen to music, what are you listening for? Are you listening for
True.
an escape? Are you listening for inspiration? Are you listening for just background noise to something? Are you listening to it for educational purposes? Sometimes you study literature through music. It's definitely something that is a thing. So
I'll take that back.
It's okay.
You're right.
But it's okay. But because sometimes it's okay to say this is what I listen to and this is like how I.
Yeah.
And like it's never wrong to say that this is what I listen to and to say, oh, this maybe I say this thinking this is what everybody else do, only to realize that there's other things. That's why we need to get out and meet people and talk.
Yes, get out. Even if you just go for a walk and you see somebody else walking down the street. I do it all the time. I'll see somebody walking down my street while I'm walking. I'll be like, hey, how's your day going? How you doing?
It's why it's always fun to engage with other fans at musical concerts to do that, because you just never know who the people you could bond with, because that one thing brought you together. We see so many different examples of, hey, in other ways of life, these people may never get together, but because they have this one passion, now all of a sudden they're friends and they're now absolutely
they're bonded for life.
They're glued to the hip because of this one passion. And
prime example,
music might just go down as one of the more influential pieces in this world, and it's something that is crazy. Also, if you have a chance and you get and you do have Netflix, I believe it's on Netflix, go check out the I'm trying to remember the software company, the the Napster stuff.
Yeah, that's Netflix.
I believe Eminem was the one of the guys who kind of narrated it, or at least maybe one episode.
Yeah.
But he was part of it. But talking about how much that's changed, that changed the music industry and the business model to music, it was crazy.
Yeah.
And but so if you're watching anything music related in terms of documentaries or whatever, there's a lot of those. But this is also a must watch too, and it's not just one episode; it's a few different ones. But it's pretty eye opening too, of just hearing about the inner circles to how the downloading music changed everything.
Yeah, it changed a lot.
I would even go as far as saying downloading music was the first real example of how streaming changes the way we take in entertainment.
Big time. It changed not just music, it changed movies,
Yep.
everything. It's crazy how much that changed. But back to your example of music bringing people together. You and I talked about this the other night, ironically, that if it wasn't for wrestling and our passion for wrestling, you and I don't think would have been friends.
No, like we live completely different styles of life. And yes, there are things that we have in common from a personal standpoint. I wouldn't go out and say, hey, yeah, being a father, stuff that would connect us. I mean, hell, we live on different sides of the country first off. So
literally
meeting each other is also like one of
Slim
those
to
things.
none.
But it's also, yes, sometimes a love for something like professional wrestling. Some other people could be music, like Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah. Right.
You know, like sometimes that similar passion can really create and strengthen a bond for people that you may not have been able to have
right
in other forms of this world.
Yeah. Again, because you live far apart, you different lifestyles, you know, just even if we passed on the street, if we didn't have this, I might have said, hey, how's it going? And we would have passed each other.
Yeah, because we can say we got 99 problems, but wrestling ain't one.
Right.
So like,
right. It's great. It's great to have friends just outside of.
But it also is an opportunity for you then, and like we can 100% agree to this. I've got to know you and the way you grew up and your background, just like you got to know mine, and then you get a better understanding of how people can be different,
which is cool.
It really is.
Because again, like you said, you grew up on basically the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast. Completely different aspects of life. Completely. I grew up on a farm. You grew up in like a city, and that's different. Just how we were raised, different. It's cool. And that's the part I love about when people come together for things that they're passionate about and meet new people. Like if I was to go to, let's say, a live wrestling event, I would be talking to everybody around me. Hey, how are you? What brings you here? Who's your favorite wrestler? You know, start out small talk and find out, oh, geez, I live 2.5, 3 hours away from you. And hey, how about we get together and, you know, be friends and chat more? Like just little things like going to concerts.
Or even like hey, like anytime there's a wrestling show, let's go together.
Yeah.
And you have that one thing that you build your life. Like, it's like, oh man, like maybe I have such a hectic life, but like, you know, once a month I get to go to a wrestling show and I could hang out with this guy and I get to have so much fun, you know, and I just know every month there's that day. So no matter of how much the rest of the things can put me, this is my one time where I can just let it go, get away. And that's what in essence I've always thought wrestling is. Just like I think a lot of people look at music as well as their get away from reality type. Yeah. But that creative outlet, because sometimes you just might feel that without it, you just don't feel like you fit in.
You know how true that statement is? I mean, when I was in high school, I wasn't exactly the most popular kid in the world. I was a geeky, nerdy kid, you know, kind of kept to myself. But when it came to music, because I was a drummer, I was open minded about, hey, you can play an instrument, kick, let's play together. Let's see what you can do. Let's have fun. And I'd start a rhythm, and then they'd start, and then next thing you know, we got like 8, 9, 10 people in there, and they're all talking to us about music.
Yeah.
And it just snowballed into I'm hanging out with everybody, not just a certain group of people.
And
Because I got the music.
when you said earlier too, you go to a wrestling show. That's a great way to find different types of human beings.
Right.
But just like a concert too, you can find a completely variety of people. Whether it's different ways of life, whether it's different ethnics, whether it's different race, whether it's different whatever, you're going to see a lot of different, but the one thing that brings you together is that one thing that you're there to see.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's why I always say like passion is a true form of bonding, because
True. Yeah.
you have no idea what a passion can do for you individually, but it's also a magnet
Yeah. Oh yeah.
that attracts other people. And sometimes
100%.
your passion attracts people, and it definitely repels people.
It can. You can be too passionate about something where people are just like, it's a little too intense for me.
Well, it goes in so many ways where it's too much.
Yeah.
It forces people away, or you do not move towards those people to begin with.
This is true.
So
Very true.
just like a true magnet and force, that's exactly what it does, right?
Yeah.
When when you put a magnet in and you're putting the same side together, it pushes away and it creates that distance. So that distance can either be perceived as you pushing away, it could be what one is forcing one away. It really is perspective at that point.
Yeah. 100%. Just to kind of tie this all together before we move on to the passion we both share, wrestling. I can't remember the lead singer's name, but the gentleman that is the singer for Disturbed.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching a video. He come off the stage because he's seen a little girl in the front row. Absolutely just singing every song, super passionate about everything.
David Draymond, by the way.
David, yes. He come down and was talking to the young lady because she was getting very emotional. And he's like, "Are you okay?" He stopped his entire concert to make sure one girl was okay. And she's like, "I'm a little nervous. There's a lot of people." And he's like, "You know what? It doesn't matter your race, your background, your politic belief, any of that stuff doesn't matter here. Here we are family and we look out for each other. Doesn't matter what you are, who you are, where you're from. This is a family that loves each other, that comes together to share the passion of music." And this little girl just kind of went, and she turned around. He held her up and goes, "Say hi," and said her name. And everybody said hi to her. And she had the mic. She goes, "Hi, family." And that little girl after that was literally having the time of her life.
Yeah.
Because that's what I love about passion is it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from. In that moment, at that concert, everybody was family, which was great. I loved it. It was a very good, heart-touching moment that someone as high up in the status of popularity, seeing one person out of, we'll say 15,000 people that were there, because it was a huge stadium, and pick that one person to have a moment with, to be just, hey, you're safer here than you are driving in your car or wherever.
Yeah.
But that being said, I really want to talk to you about everything wrestling that's going on this weekend, because we are on overload for wrestling.
Yeah.
You'd mentioned not only is WWE doing a couple of pay-per-views this weekend or shows, but so is AEW.
Yeah.
I know, well, that's not this weekend, but I know TNA is running their show obviously on Thursday, which to me kind of kicks it all off.
Well, I mean, you have Monday Night Raw tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
And
Don't miss that show.
You can check out the Raw Patrol that we will
Yes.
be covering that. Then on Tuesday, you have NXT.
Yes.
And both on Raw and NXT, they will be letting you know who the representation tag team is to the Fatal 4-Way match for the women's tag titles. That is going to happen on Sunday at Evolution. Because on Friday of last week, Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss qualified in a triple threat match against Secret Service, BFAB, and Meechin.
Yes. I didn't watch it, but I heard that.
So there's that. There also in 2018, there was 8 matches on Evolution. Right now we have 6 or 7. So we're looking at 1 or 2 could still be added. The United States Championship is not yet on the show. So could the champion Julia be wrestling on the show?
I hope she has a match because I don't want to see her just kind of being put into that Rumble match that they're talking about.
Yeah. Well,
because that would be such a disservice to that title.
Here's the thing, too. In 2018, there was a 20-woman battle royal as well. Okay. And the winner was Nia Jax, and she received a championship opportunity off that. So what I do like out of this is that now for the second Evolution, we're still doing a battle royal. So it feels like now this is a traditional aspect of this show. So because of that, I like it, because the winner of this battle royal faces a champion of their choosing at Clash in Paris. So there is, yeah.
Ooh. So it's not just, you can face whatever for whatever at whatever pay-per-view. It's literally, you win here, you are guaranteed a match.
You get a championship match, and they never specified which championship it will be. So you get a championship match at Clash in Paris in October.
That's sweet.
Yeah. And on top of that, we have that Fatal 4-Way match where we have Raquel and Roxanne, where if they want to be the tag team champions, they have to defend against a tag team from both Raw, SmackDown, and NXT in a Fatal 4-Way match, and the winner will be your tag team champions.
So you want to retain those titles.
As of today, it is official. For the Intercontinental Championship, Becky Lynch will defend her title against Bayley and Lyra Valkyria in a triple threat match.
And you and I were kind of talking about that last Monday, where we're like,
dude, I was doing my show this morning.
Yeah, this morning.
And I didn't even know it was official. I just presumed it was. And then like 10 minutes after it finished, I saw the thing. I'm like,
made it official. They always do that to you, eh?
Well, it's because I don't check the stuff. I need to just check everything on my phone right before I go.
That's funny.
Like, I'm trying to set up and be professional. Look at the things that I miss.
Right. But it's okay, though, because I know some things when they do Turnbuckle Talk on Tuesdays, they don't have all the information, and they're like, well, this is something that's being discussed. And then 10 minutes after the show, it's made official. It's like,
Well, that's annoying. But, I mean, what can you do, though? I mean...
it's... the profession that we're in.
I know I made it big time if they wait, or if they do it during my show and it's that reason. Then I know I'm doing something well.
You're doing something right. Yeah.
If they're saying, you know what, we can't do it after that because he's done. Let's do it before so we can talk about it. And I'm like,
right, and that brings more to their product.
Yeah, I'm a big deal when that's the case. It probably will never happen, but it is. Yeah, I mean,
fingers crossed. So we got
I keep my shoelaces crossed. All right, that's enough. Keep it tight, right? Up, down, down.
Yep, up, down, down. So that's cool. That was made official. So I'm excited. Let's discuss that match real quick. Because you did discuss it on your show. So if people haven't caught the Chris Parrish podcast, Go back. I'm highly recommend. Go back and watch it. My girlfriend and I watch it all the time. Sorry. Correction. My fiance and I watch the show as much as possible.
And also, right before I joined here, I recorded next Sunday's episode with Ella J, where we do go through the card as well.
Okay. So you've been talking about it a lot today.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's been a lot. But it was great too because we talked a lot of things. Plus, Ella J, for a lot of people or for people who don't know who she is, she's also someone who into the podcasting and content creation. She does a lot of writing as well. She's worked for Wrestling Inc. and she does her own stuff individually. She does occasionally, I think, do some stuff with Fightful. I don't know if it's under the Fightful brand, but check her out. She is amazing, and I believe she is working media for Evolution. And
oh, bro, that'd be epic.
An absolute. This girl is phenomenal. So please support and check that out if you can. And we share a passion for loving Mickey James, which we get to in that show.
How could you not like Mickey James?
Right. And we both, and the best part is we have totally different ways of how we became a fan, which just goes back to that earlier conversation that we had, and it ties back into what we're talking about.
Right.
So, yeah, it's crazy. But as far as this match, I
how do you see it going?
I don't see a title change here. I do think Becky Lynch slithers her way into her retention because I do think the rift between Bailey and Lyra and that competitive rift between the two is going to factor in. And I think Becky Lynch is very smart about this, where she knows how to use that to her advantage.
Okay.
And I think because of that, that's where we see it. I do think she pins Lyra to get that additional edge. Then they would be 2-2 from wins and losses. They would have 2 wins over each other. And I think that because I think you need to save the Becky Bailey
for SummerSlam,
just something else,
just
because they've never had that true one-on-one completed feud, and it would be nice to kind of keep that open. So when they do it, it's something that you actually have.
That's right, because the night on Raw that they did their one-on-one match, Lyra interfered.
Exactly.
So it wasn't a true one-on-one match.
Exactly. It was never a completed
I forgot about that.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of where you got to go. Obviously you can do anything. It's wrestling. Not one opinion is right, but that's just how I see it.
I'm gonna have to agree with you, and that's kind of what I said in your show. I just see Becky retaining this title because something is gonna happen between the other two to eliminate one or the other somehow, to where Becky's gonna sneak in, get the quick pin, and she's out of there.
Yeah,
honestly, that's how I feel about it.
And that's all she needs to do. She has a task at hand, and that is walk out with the title by any means necessary.
And being the true heel, it's kind of how it's going to go down. It's not going to be clean. It's not going to be, baby sheet white like we all want it to be perfect. It's not how it's going to go.
And if you're Lyra or Bailey in any ways, and you have that rift, and you now know that rift has cost you that match, and the one person you didn't want to walk out as champion walked out as champion, and it is solely because of your beef with each other,
right?
That is not only going to fuel the fire of like you then maybe blaming the other person, taking some accountability, but also getting a little bit more upset just with the overall scenario. That is, man, I put myself over the task at hand here. I thought, it's really going to add the emotional aspect, and I just don't see a finale with these 3 girls over the Intercontinental Championship. But
I agree. There's such a big story that can be told here, and I feel we're just getting this much of a bigger picture that could happen with these three.
But I can't help but think like this is how important Becky Lynch and Bailey are into the scenario. Now we know that Lyra Valkyrie was the inaugural champion, and she did a
Yes.
very great very great run with that. And then Becky won it, but now it feels like that title means more when it's on the shoulders of Becky Lynch.
Okay.
It has a different vibe with it. It feels more like a main championship.
Okay.
And because of that, we're now getting Bailey, Lyra. It just feels like this triple threat is helping elevate the perception of the championship as well.
I can't argue that. I will 100% agree. Lyra took it to where it needed to go as far as bringing it into the picture and making it more relevant. Where Becky Lynch kind of stealing it from her gives it that extra little elevation, because I mean, it's got to mean something for someone like Becky Lynch that's normally chasing the big title to coming down and saying, no, I want that title, because that title means more to me right now than chasing whoever the women's champion is on Raw at this point, or whoever it could be. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I agree with you. Yeah, I like the fact that they're fighting over this title. Like, it means more to the industry than the women's heavyweight title at this point.
Yeah,
With
and
two big names too, not just.
You can even argue that this is probably the best build to a match on the show, if just because of the last bit between Jade and Naomi. I mean, those are easily the two most like we know their story. I mean, and yes, Rhea and Io do have a history behind them as well.
They do,
but I would just say the story that is Bailey, Becky, and Lyra has been really well told up until this point.
It has, and it's been very relevant too. It's not like, oh, we've seen that before, like with Io and Rhea, or the other two, or Tiffy and whoever she's got to face. This is very fresh.
Yeah.
Which, don't get me wrong, those aren't. It's not like I'm saying those aren't important stories. They are. They're very important. It just, this is so fresh, and there's so much emotion being put into it that puts it to that level for me.
Yeah.
Because you feel it. You feel the passion from Lyra and Bailey that they want this title. But you have Becky being put in there as the champ going, it doesn't matter how many people you throw in that ring at me, I'm coming out with this title.
Yeah.
And it just, yeah, I agree with you. A very, very well told story. I love it. What is, I know we've already discussed.
I mean, we talked Naomi and Jade, so we might as well go there next.
That's kind of where I was thinking. We already did that. Let's go Naomi and Jade. Where's this going?
And I'm not going to lie. I think this also could be the right position on the card. You put this triple threat as your opener. It really sets the stage of the show.
Okay.
You come back with a Naomi and Jade. I really like this as that kind of match here, because I do think with that Money in the Bank, Naomi could very well make an attempt in matches down the line, especially when we have an NXT, a WWE, and a World Women's Championship on the same show.
Yeah.
I think with Jade and Naomi, you can go obviously either way. Knowing that Jade has that win already at WrestleMania, she has the momentum of being Queen of the Ring. I don't think they put a fork in the road on her right now. I do see Jade winning this match.
Okay.
Because I don't think it matters how many times Jade beats Naomi. Eventually, I do believe Naomi gets the win that matters, and that is when she cashes in on the person I do believe has the title at SummerSlam, and that will be Jade Cargill winning the title. Then I think Naomi cashes in and steals the title from Jade. Now it doesn't matter that she's 1-2 against Jade. She won the one that mattered the most
Yeah.
because she was the only one out of them that proceeded with caution.
Nice. That's awesome. Very well put.
Thank you.
Again, I can't argue your point. I can't. Because it makes sense. Now, is that what is going to happen? We don't know. Are we hoping that's what happens? I kind of am. I'm kind of like on that fence of like, I want Jade Cargill to get something to kind of give her more of a push. But at the same time, if we keep this feud kind of...
I mean, she does have a guaranteed title match at SummerSlam.
Exactly. So
it's a pretty damn good push, if you ask me.
but I'm just saying with the title, like some kind of title,
Yeah.
like give her the U.S. title if you want, or get her over on Raw and give her the Intercontinental feud there, something like that. Start her out little. But to have her going after a main title and then win it
at a historic first time ever 2-night SummerSlam.
2 nights, yes. Thank you. Yes. And then have her lose it within like 2-3 minutes of winning it. That just pushes that feud even higher for me.
Especially because I do think this is what we're going to get. And now clearly, Ella and I definitely go into detail on our fan assumption, which is fun. I do believe that Jade Cargill beats Tiffany Stratton at SummerSlam and becomes your new women's champion.
Okay.
And the first person that comes down to celebrate her is her old partner and the returning Bianca Belair.
Ooh, so you think Bianca's going to be there?
Which then we see the moment of moments, and Bianca Belair turns on Jade Cargill, and this sets the stage for Naomi to cash in and become your new champion.
Whoa, okay. Okay. That's awesome, dude. And the best part is the Jade and Naomi match at Evolution is a no-holds-barred match.
Mm-hmm.
So that is just going to build this feud even more to that point where you're getting where you have Jade winning and Naomi coming in to take the title from her because she's just obviously just gassed from the match she's had with Tiffy. Dude, I'm sold. Take my money. If that's the only match I see all night, I'm a happy man. Because it makes sense to me to have that feud take off even more, have Naomi come in and strip that title away from Jade Cargill.
Well, and then it also gives you so much more completion to the who attacked Jade storyline, because now all of a sudden we know who attacked her, but we've really don't know per se if there's more to it or not. We're on the assumption that there wasn't,
right?
But we all know what happens when we assume. So,
right? Yeah, you're not wrong.
And I think the Bianca Belair heel turn is one that would shape it, and I would love to see. This could be also a great way to include a women's War Games match when you have Naomi's team going up against Jade's team.
Never even thought of that. How cool would that be? Like, is that a legit thing they're thinking about doing? Or are we just
I don't know.
Speculating?
I'm just putting it out there.
I mean,
why not? This is an open mic night, right?
I can honestly say a few times that you have kind of just put things out there in the universe for WWE, it's happened.
That's why I think they watch this stuff.
I honestly think
you might as well just hire me and pay me. If you're just taking my ideas so much, like just put me on the payroll. Tell
make it
Dwayne,
worth my time.
Nick, and Hunter that I'm willing to do business.
I mean, truly, honestly, I don't even have to get the full pay. I'll take half of what those guys make, really, in all honesty, just to have my name associated with WWE.
If you're still,
But come up with good ideas.
I want full
you know
pay.
what I mean?
I'm just saying.
It's like I want the full pay.
Hey, if you're
I'm
taking my
greedy.
ideas, I want full pay. I want credit.
I'm greedy.
Yeah. I want the
Yeah.
respect, man. I want the respect.
That's funny. But I can't argue with your.
I want the check and the respect. Because what was it on Fast and the Furious? Sometimes,
right. Yeah,
to some people, it's more important.
respect's more important than the money
Well, I mean,
for some people.
I'll take both.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue. If they want to
Yeah.
pay me full, I'll take it. But I'm
In
not
the words of
gonna
Batista, give me what I want.
Give me what I want. Give it to me now. But I can't argue with that idea because it's perfect.
I mean, you
And
got
that
to do
would balk
something
at
with the
that.
women's for war games, and you don't really have a lot of stables per se.
But it's not hard to start one. You got Naomi. Who'd you
Got
put
Nia.
with Naomi? Naomi, Bianca. Because we're assuming she's turning
Nia.
heel. Nia Jax.
You can even put Raquel and Roxanne.
There you go.
You could have Jade. You can bring Jordan Grace into the equation.
For
'Cause
Jade. Yeah.
Who knows Naomi better than anybody? It might be Jordan Grace, and that's a good way of bringing her to
To get her to the main
SmackDown.
roster.
Then maybe Tiffany Stratton. Then
I could see Tiffany being
at this
part of
point,
that.
she won't be champion.
It doesn't matter because there's a feud there.
No, I know, and that's why.
With
Like, so I'm
Naomi.
just saying she won't be like involved in a title thing.
Yeah. I see
Um,
what you're saying now. Yeah. Like there's
And
options.
then if by chance you have maybe them feuding with the Judgment Day over the tag titles, maybe Alexa Bliss and Charlotte.
I mean, here's a crazy thought. Because we have Tiffy and Trish Stratus tag teaming at this event.
No, they're facing each other.
Oh, they're facing each. I thought they were tag teaming.
No. It's Trish Stratus versus Tiffany Stratton for Tiffany Stratton's championship.
Oh,
And
for
it's-
the title.
And it's Trish Stratus's first singles championship match in over 6 years.
Oh, so I misread that then. So my
Oh, yeah.
bad.
On SmackDown, Tiffany Stratton had the opportunity to choose her opponent for Evolution.
And she chose Trish,
Stratus.
or Trish came out and went, "It's me. You're taking."
No. So she came out. Jade then came out
Okay.
to kind of foreshadow what could be at SummerSlam. And then Tiffany said,
Understandable.
well, I have a surprise for everyone. She brings out Trish Stratus, and then she formally challenged Trish to be her opponent at Evolution.
Wow. Smart move. Because I don't want to see that match between her and Jade any sooner than SummerSlam. I don't want to ruin that. You know what I mean? Like that's a special thing.
No, but we have to also look at the timeline here. This is July 6th, right? And
Yeah.
Evolution is what, July 13th?
13th, yeah.
So SummerSlam is August 2 and 3. So you only have a few weeks. So if you're laying the seeds now on the foreshadow of what SummerSlam is, all of a sudden, as soon as right now, you can start talking about Jade. We already know
Yeah.
Jade is in that match. We just don't know who she's facing. After Sunday, we will, or on Sunday, we will find out. So I do think it could make a lot of sense that maybe, just maybe, and think about this logic during the Trish and Tiffany Stratton match. We get just a singles match, blah blah blah. Tiffany Stratton wins. We have a handshake. Naomi's music comes in. She attacks Trish or whatever, or both of them. She lays out. Jade Cargill comes down. She negates the Naomi cash in to protect her match at SummerSlam.
Of course.
which is then Tiffany Stratton, and we have the ring. It's, there.
Okay.
This would then add more fuel to Naomi wanting to take something away from
Jade.
Jade's already defeated Naomi at this point in the night,
Okay.
and we've now seen this SummerSlam match right there. We know what we have. We know this is going to be it. But then the question is Naomi going to factor in any way with that briefcase? When it comes to a championship on the women's side, you have to factor in Naomi because she has a contract that says
anytime, any place.
That contract is singing the Breakfast Club song. Don't you forget about me.
Yeah, totally. 100%, dude. 100%. We already know where Seth Rollins is going with his briefcase. We already know that. He's already said it. I want that title back.
Do we know, though?
He could pull a complete 180 and be like, no, I'm going after John Cena.
I 100% think he's going after John Cena's title.
You do? Really?
I 100% think, yeah.
You think he's going to end the reign of John Cena so he doesn't ruin wrestling?
Don't think he's taking off John Cena, but I think he's going after John Cena's title.
So you think he's going to cash in?
We're talking evolution. We're talking evolution. I'm leaving you.
I know.
I'm leaving you on the cliffhanger.
I love picking your brain on that one, dude. Though I love it.
We'll have more open mic nights.
Oh hell yeah! There's going to be tons of open mic before then. Hell yeah. So Evolution. What other matches do we have aside from?
Oh, let's
go with Tiffy and hold on. Let's go with Tiffy.
That's
and
what we were just
Trish
talking
real
about.
Quick.
I think Tiffany Stratton's going to win the match.
She's going to win it. Okay.
There's going to be that respectful handshake between Trish and Tiffany.
That's your team. We're saying that, yeah.
I don't think there's going to be any foul play. I don't think there's any shenanigans within the match. I think it's definitely a bombshell to bombshell torch pass. And I say that in the most respectful way because let's face it, Trish Stratus was that attractive blonde in her time that could go, and that changed the game of how people perceived her. Tiffany Stratton had the same thing in NXT, and because of her hard work and her dedication and her just what she did has changed the perception of everyone. Started off as a heel, got the respect, and then became a great baby face. And that's what Tiffany Stratton's 100%. Doing right now. That's exactly what Trish Stratus did. Now, there was a little bit more for Trish Stratus because she came from a different world.
Oh, completely.
Whereas now Tiffany Stratton did, but she had the NXT thing that Trish didn't have back in her time.
You didn't have that back.
And if it wasn't for what the Trish Stratus of the world, people like Tiffany Stratton might not be here. That is how this division and women's wrestling have gone through evolution.
So I guess basically the
way to look at like that one? Come on.
No, I got it. I like
that. Was good.
That was good. So the way I look at it is it's kind of a respect match. It's I think not because I hate you, I want you gone. It's
I'm gonna
appreciate.
I'm gonna say this with Liv Morgan getting hurt. I think it put a lot of fork in the road with the plans of Evolution. I think that there was. I truly believe either a Liv Morgan versus Nikki Bella match was there. I think they planted the seeds for that. But I do think it was supposed to grow into a Brie and Nikki Bella challenging Raquel and Liv for those tag titles. But the big one was trying to secure Brie Bella in a contract. And then maybe if they couldn't do that, they would go further with the singles match.
Just have it be
It's a big match. It's a big match. Liv versus Nikki is a big match.
Oh, huge, dude. Huge.
So either way, you can't lose, I think. But with Liv then being out, you're then doing a complete 180 with your ideas over the tag team titles, right? Thus creating this. Thus now saying, oh, we're going to put this person in this spot. And maybe you had a different scenario. So this is exactly the reason why I'm saying what I'm about to say.
Okay.
Liv Morgan has earned herself to be in the position of being the most important piece in the women's division.
Okay.
Because whether it's a world title, a tag title, she can do it all. She has proven that.
Okay.
In that, I believe 2025 is the year she broke out from just being a top star to a megastar. I do think that.
Can't argue that.
If Dominic Mysterio flat out does what he did to Rhea to Liv with Roxanne, Liv Morgan is going to come back maybe a bigger babyface than Rhea Ripley did.
Oh, God. Could you imagine?
And a Dom versus Liv Morgan match is so much more in the cards than a Rhea versus funny. Dom match.
Yeah. That would be hilarious.
But that's beside the point. But the domino effect that came after Liv Morgan being hurt
her show, yeah.
That completely changes everything on this card. And it's very hard that one person can do that, but it shows you how integral that person was to the card.
Yes. You can't argue that fact. Because you literally, there was a week or 2 weeks or something like that of you knew they were scrambling on how do we fix this? How do we do something? Because that could have been like the main event. Now your main event's gone. What do we do? Well, we got to throw this person here so we can do this tag team scramble match kind of thing. Like
you want to know the beauty of this? Liv Morgan versus Nikki Bella would not be your main event, and that's the crazy part. You still have a show where you have Io Sky versus Rhea Ripley.
True.
You still have a show where you have Becky Lynch versus Bayley versus Lyra Valkyria. You still have a grudge of all grudge matches with Naomi versus Jade Cargill.
Yeah.
You have a nostalgic match, a generational match with Tiffany and Trish Stratus.
That's true.
And then for the first time ever, you have a tag team title match that is pitting the champions versus a member of every brand in WWE.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That's awesome. A very unique concept. But for anybody who says this was a thrown together show, it doesn't have much build. On paper, this is a pretty good effing show.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is an absolute.
Yeah, no, definitely for WWE. Way to go.
To the women's division. Because you cannot do a show like that if you don't have the personnel that could fit in a place. And look at the amount of stars that you have in one company that are female. And if you want to talk about evolution, holy shit, has the women's division not just evolved, it has evolved to a point where on Raw or SmackDown, they have kicked the doors down and told the boys, you can't follow that.
How many weeks in a row? And I've been watching, right? Like I've been keeping track. How many weeks in a row have the women kicked the shows off?
Yeah. And if you're not last, you want to be first.
That's yes. I was just going to say that. Thank you.
Kevin Owens said that flat out when he faced Chris Jericho for the United States title at WrestleMania. Because the original idea, or one of the ideas, was Chris Jericho versus Kevin Owens for the Universal title. And they thought Bill Goldberg versus Brock Lesnar was better.
Bullshit.
And then they used the United States instead. And it was the same match that Kevin Owens got in trouble about because Vince didn't like it, apparently.
Yep.
And guess what? It was a match that I think Vince McMahon to this day could say, yeah, I might have made the mistake of not doing Chris Jericho versus Kevin Owens, the Universal title. That was this is the problem at times when you have somebody who is so unwith the times. When you have developed something so big, it becomes the must-see match.
and then you squish it.
And then you still put it aside because you're still absolutely horny over the yesteryear.
And it sucks to say that, but
It doesn't. It's the damn
it's
truth.
the truth. Yeah, it's the truth. But I'm so excited for this evolution.
And we're not even done talking about the
I know we're not even done talking about it, and I'm just like, dude, like, where do we like? We
Dude,
could
this
talk
is
about
this is
forever.
going to be the best match that we all just watch privately because let's face it, there is no spot for. It's very important that we as males to enjoy it and support it. But let's be honest, any content creator who should be doing anything with that, this is the time for the women to step up and have the spotlight.
100%. Let's be honest, I asked my fiance because she is getting back into wrestling, and she's even noticed, wow, the women's wrestling is way above where I used to watch it.
It's
from back in the day to now.
It's easily the best it's ever been on a collective scale, and
that's what she's saying.
It's not even at its peak, in my personal opinion.
No, it's still rising. But she wanted to do something with the Boars, and I was going to give her the Boars Nest, be like, here you go, watch the PLE, do what you got to do, and enjoy it. But she has her kids.
Yeah.
And she has prior engagements that she has to deal with. So she's kind of bummed out because she was looking forward to this evolution.
It'll be on Netflix. You can watch it whenever you want.
That's what I said to her. I'm like, you know what, babe? We can sit and watch it, and you can do. Hey, I'm just gonna review. We're gonna watch the matches. Blah blah blah. I'm gonna give you my opinion. I'm like, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you use the.
I do think.
That.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll talk about something offline about that.
Yeah.
Let's keep talking about evolution in the show.
Our next match is what? Where do we go from that match we were just talking about? Like, what's the next one?
I think you go with the NXT title match that has TNA Slammiversary implications. That is the NXT champion JC Jane going up against Jordan Grace, the number one contender. I love this match. It's absolutely great. Now, here's the thing. I was talking with Ella, and I'm under the implication that it's champion versus champion. She's under the implication that it's title for title. Trust me, there are graphics that say different things. That's beside the point.
That's not the point. Yeah,
we're talking about the match because we did the same thing. We went a little bit
while you're talking.
Yeah, but the best part is I think this is a match that is flying under the radar because of one, name value. Might not be up there compared to other entities that the company has, which is fine. But two, it's going to run under the radar because of the fact you got Rhea versus Io, you got Trish and Tiffany, you got just high profile names. But it's going to run under the radar because a lot of people don't watch NXT as much as they do Raw and SmackDown. People don't watch TNA as much as they do Raw and SmackDown. And that is not a slight. That is just a reality.
It is. It's a reality. That's why I do my show, trying to get it out there.
But here's the thing. The one thing I think we both know is Masha Slamovich is probably either going to be front row watching it, but what I would prefer is that she's on the commentary booth commentating in this match as well.
Yes.
That would be phenomenal because she faces the winner at Slammiversary.
Yes.
And it's going to be completely amazing. And here's the thing. If JC Jane wins, absolutely great. Why? Because if JC Jane wins, you get to complete that fatal influence story when you have those seeds kind of building up at what it is.
Yes.
Also, it kind of seems really weird that JC Jane would beat Stephanie McCure for the title only to lose it very shortly. But weirder things have happened. And guess what? It's fine because the story that Masha Slamovich and Jordan Grace could have at Slammiversary is amazing. So amazing that it almost is too good to be true. Why? Because a year ago, Jordan Grace was your Knockouts champion. A year ago, she was a member of the TNA roster. A year ago, Jordan Grace didn't know if she was ever going to be WWE. Now that she is, she has a chance to be NXT champion. And then, if by chance it is winner take all, both titles on the line, she gets to go up against the person that defeated her for that same Knockouts title who currently owns it. So she has a chance at redemption to get the title back that she never got the chance to get back. But then on Masha Slamovich's end, she has the opportunity to take another title from Jordan Grace. And the feud. And the best part is, it's also Jordan Grace's return to TNA. There is so much story that's built around this match. There's so much along that I think it is way too obvious to not do. Except it would be great damn heat for JC Shane if she won.
So I have the promotional piece that they're using for TNA. I loaded it up here.
And this is champion versus champion. It said on title
Knockouts
versus title.
World Champion versus NXT Women's Champion. Title versus title. So it's a title match.
Yeah.
So if you win, you take all.
Yeah.
That's the way I read that.
So I think it was because and here is where I'm going to make the assumption of where I made the mistake.
No, that's okay.
Is I just read title versus title, and I looked at that as it's just champion versus champion because another name for title is championship.
No, it is
champion versus champion.
It is.
That looks so cool on my TV, by the way.
Yeah, it does.
But the fact that right above it in smaller print, this is why I got to read the small print, people, or the fine print. Yeah, so that's exactly what I probably missed. And now I just hope, regardless of what happens, I do agree.
Right?
As long as Masha wins at the end, that's all that matters to me.
Okay, so I'm torn. Okay, because we all know Jordan Grace, that's my girl.
Yeah.
I've liked her from the first time I watched her wrestling way back in the day. Before she started this juggernaut, like she works out hard and she maintains her body in the perfect.
She's appearing in a movie now.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
She's becoming a star.
Superstar. Yeah, she's getting there. Yeah. And I appreciate the effort she puts into maintaining not only her physical form, but her mental form, that she is ready to go at a moment's notice. You say, oh, someone got hurt. We need you. Jordan, get in there. She can get in there and have a hell of a match. Now, to have her win the NXT title, I would be tickled pink. I would love that. And then have her come back to TNA to face her biggest rivalry at the end of her TNA run in Masha Slamovich. To lose to her kind of hurts my feelings. But what a rivalry that would start for both programs. So it makes sense. Like you said, it makes sense.
Like this, it's almost a too good to be true type of scenario in the sense of what the story is. Like, how can you organically have this and not go for it? But what would it do for JC Jane if she's in that position? And that is kind of like we all know that NXT is always been about producing something new. And JC Jane is that example of something new.
And here's the thing, just 2 seconds. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go right ahead.
I don't know if you catch a lot of the TNA product, but JC Jane at the last show last week,
watched it with you.
She showed up.
I watched it with you.
I know you did. I forgot. My brain went to Jello because, again, Bulkster showed up here on vacation, so I've kind of
And he was in
forgot
the chat
everything.
earlier too. I saw that.
He was, yes.
Huh.
But what you're correct. I'm gonna reiterate. You are correct. What a great
Mhm.
story. JC Jane coming in, starting a rivalry with Masha to win her match against Jordan Grace, to show up at Slammiversary, which is one of our biggest pay-per-views, to take that title from Masha, or have Masha just go completely heel like she was when she won the title, to change back to heel and take the NXT title
Yeah.
and rule both divisions. Like, you're right. It'd be epic.
But here's also the reality of something too that we have to use.
Okay.
If by chance WWE is to hold the draft after SummerSlam, that has been reported.
Yes.
And the same report is that Jordan Grace will be joining the SmackDown draft during or soon or after
That's
this or during
the
the draft.
rumors. Yeah.
Then I do not see her winning the championship.
Because why would she?
Why would she win the championship just to lose it? Why would you do JC Jane that way? When you have an opportunity to make her, I mean, either way, JC Jane beating Jordan Grace and then losing to Mash Slamovich, either way. Because there's no way JC Jane's beating Mash Slamovich. If she does, that is crazy, and
that's silly.
The heat would be great, but I just don't know if it's the right thing to do.
I could see Masha running both divisions from both brands very well, and then losing the NXT title back to somebody in NXT.
This is the only way I can see it make sense from a long-term end. JC Jane does. She wins, and she has both titles. Nobody thought it was possible because nobody thought she was going to be Stephanie McCure for the title.
True.
She then goes and faces Blake Monroe for the NXT title at an NXT show.
Okay.
Masha Slamovich is the reason why Blake Monroe wins the title from JC Jane and is the backup for her. This then creates for maybe a Bound for Glory something, that rematch for JC Jane where Masha Slamovich takes the title back and regains that power. But my thing is, you're almost doing now a similar storyline with the TNA World title, with Trick Williams winning the title, only to be like, okay, now he's going up against two TNA roster people at Slammiversary in a triple threat match himself.
He is, yes.
And I have Trick Williams winning that match. So, like, I don't...
Right.
I'm just very confused on why you would do the same thing in two different ways. However, that's kind of what you do with the Royal Rumble every year. So,
yeah, right.
I plead the fifth, and I will say, how about that next match? But
what is the match? Because I think we've covered this. We're both going. JC Jane is gonna beat Jordan Grace to come on to the greatest pay-per-view for TNA, and it's kind of a stalemate for both of us because we're both like, either way, kind of it could make sense. It could work the storyline. It could start a feud within the women's divisions. Great. That sells tickets. Yes, let's do it. Where do we go from? What's the next match after? Like, we're gonna say after this one.
Well, we've talked about we have two more matches.
Okay.
And because I'm gonna save what I perceive to be the main event to be the last one, I'm gonna go with the unknown, and that is the Battle Royal. And the winner of this Battle Royal gets the title shot at Clash in Paris.
True.
And I say this is open because we don't know as of today, as of this very freaking moment, we don't know anybody in the Battle Royal. And we also don't know if we're going to see just Raw, SmackDown, NXT. Could we see TNA? Could we see some AAA? Could we see some nostalgic acts? Could we see some debuts? Could we see some returns? We can get just about anything. And God darn it! I hope we get everything.
I was just gonna say, how do we have this evolution without including somebody from Triple A?
I don't know why, but I got that Somebody to Love song from Cable Guy down in my head.
That's okay, because it was here too, but I was ignoring it. So is this the moment that WWE goes, hey, AAA is part of us. Let's go. You're part of the Rumble match.
I think
is that what you think?
I think everything is on the table.
Okay.
Why not? WWE bought out AAA, so why not?
Why not?
WWE NXT has a partnership with TNA, so why not? You have people from yesteryear in Legends deals or nostalgia contracts, whatever they're called now.
Yep, whatever it is.
No, there's a new name, and I just forget what it is.
I can't remember neither.
But that's a thing. And then you have your current crop, and you have to have that good mixture of everything. And this is the match I think you do. I think the only other match where you can probably bring in more would be the tag match. And I think that's where the inspiration could play a part. Okay. Especially, and I will say this, if NXT has a match where it's a gauntlet and the winners become the NXT representation. Actually, we never talked about that match yet, so I will hold. I'm going to hold off. Let's stay in the battle royal. Talk about a catch and pivot. I'm professional.
Yeah, that's cool.
Beer.
Cheers. It's
just that, but I think either way, like, you got to look at it in the form of this is the match that has moments galore. I just want, if there is no spot for any of Nikki or Brie on the show, if you can't get a contract for Nikki or for Brie in this, you have one with Nikki, then at some point just give me a moment between Nikki Bella and Chelsea Green, please.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Give me a moment with Stephanie Vakir and the girls from AAA.
Holy, that would be cool. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, my brain's just.
If you bring in somebody else from nostalgia, say you bring in a Victoria. Give me a Victoria and Nikki Cross moment.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. That'd be cool.
Here's the thing. What a great damn way this would be if you brought in Abaddon, who is a free agent, by the way.
Yes, she is. I follow her on Instagram a lot.
What a damn good way this would be to bring in Abaddon.
Whoa.
Imagine if you got an Abaddon and Nikki Cross moment.
That would be epic.
What happens if everybody just wanted Alexa Bliss to join the Wyatt Six, but instead you get Abaddon?
What if, right? Like, what if it was Abaddon to join the Wyatt Six? Not, bruh. You just because I've been telling Abaddon, be patient. Your time's coming. There's something for you. It's gonna come. Just be patient. Like, trying to be encouraging, right? Like,
yeah.
As not only just a fan, but someone that has been a wrestler myself, you just got to be patient. Your time will come. Bro, what if this was her time? This pay-per-view to bring her to WWE. Dude, I would, take my money.
I got two more people that you would be, oh my God, about. What happens if this is the match you bring back Paige? What if?
Go ahead.
What if this is the match AJ Lee pops back in?
Okay. Time out. Dude, the roof would come off that place if
I know.
her music hit.
Let's light it up.
Dude, like I have chicken bumps and my hair just went bing.
Somebody call Ross Geller because we got goosebumps right here.
Right? Like, my dude, I would probably scream like a little girl in excitement that she came back.
You're gonna do your bubba.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, you know. You know.
If you know, you know.
Because
Oh my god! 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 Oh my god!
yeah, talk about like
Go to the bathroom now. Just kidding. It's yeah. No. Go on.
You're not wrong.
I got that laugh on air.
Shut up. Like I respect all the women within wrestling, but AJ Lee kind of holds that special spot of because she wasn't your normal female wrestler then. She was coming up with new and brilliant wrestling, not only like stories, but moves. And she wasn't your norm. She was outside the norm. Dude, I might even cry. I'll be honest. I might cry if she shows up because I have just this deep respect for her. Like, I wouldn't even know what to do. Go ahead. You need to say something.
No, I'm gonna say some stuff that I'm just, let's put it in the universe. I think there's two people that could be very influential to AJ Lee coming back. One is clearly the husband, CM Punk.
Obviously.
Another, I strongly believe, is Roxanne Perez.
You think so?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know that there like a really strong connection between those two.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
But here's a third.
Oh.
And I think this one is a bigger one.
Ooh.
There was a movie about somebody's life that involved these people. If somehow Paige does come back, she might not come back alone. Remember, Paige and AJ Lee had the moment in Fighting for My Family because of that title switch of when Paige took the title from AJ Lee in her main roster debut.
Oh. I forgot about that.
What if not only does Paige come back, she brings AJ Lee and they walk out of Evolution as your new women's tag team champions.
Dude, you can't do that stuff to me.
Oh, I'm doing it.
You can't do that to me.
Yeah, I can. I just did.
Okay, again, screaming like a little schoolgirl, gonna cry, and dude, that sounds awesome.
It's just if.
Yes.
What if? Like, if we're not as fans having fun with the what ifs. Now, don't get me wrong. Do I think AJ Lee comes back? No, I don't. Do I think Paige comes back? No,
that's a maybe,
but it's
highly unlikely.
Very highly. It's definitely like there are. I think you're closer to that than a lot of other possibilities.
I think AJ's happy doing what she's doing right now. Let's be honest. But at the same time, if you got hubby going, hey babe,
her husband
completely
her husband not only came back to pro wrestling but also returned to WWE,
which we thought was never gonna happen.
We thought at one point the likeliness of AJ Lee coming back before Punk was a bigger thing.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That was speculation at one point. Was like, oh yeah, AJ's gonna come back first.
Yeah, and well, let's just
weren't we wrong?
Yeah. Plus, don't tell me we don't want the Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins versus CM Punk AJ Lee mixed tag match at some point in our life.
Come on.
It needs to happen, should happen. It's WrestleMania worthy. It's bigger than Ronda Rousey and Kurt Angle versus Stephanie and Triple H.
I think that match was garbage.
It really was. And
only because Ronda Rousey was in it.
Well, I mean, Actually, Ronda Rousey wasn't half bad. It was just garbage because, well, let's face it, Kurt Angle and Triple H probably could have done better by themselves at that point. But at the same point, it was like we all know why that match was there. It was to showcase Ronda.
Well, yeah.
And at that point, we are so like,
Yeah.
But moving on, let's evolve from our previous thought to our next thought of who do you think wins this battle royal?
Oh, Jesus. I got to pick a winner.
Do you want me to go first?
I wouldn't even know because I don't even know who's in the match.
That's the thing. It can be anybody. I think clearly with the implications of a title match in Clash in Paris, your assumption is it's a major title. So who has the ability to carry that your title? I think you're limiting your options. Not saying that you have limitations in the options. I'm just saying from a star power standpoint, in Paris, you're probably looking down to one or two real possibilities in either Stephanie Vicure or Asuka.
Whoa.
And my thing is, how do you balk at the possibility of doing Rhea Ripley versus Stephanie Vicure in Paris?
Over Asuka.
Well, your other option would be Io versus Asuka in Paris.
Right? I mean, either way you go, it is epic. So we're going with the idea that previous match contenders are going into the Rumble.
Anybody who's not in a match.
Anybody that's not
already,
in a match.
I'm assuming is fair game.
Okay. I mean, I love the idea of Asuka coming and winning to take on Io, because as much as they are friends, I feel that they can have an incredible match together.
The match we were hoping to get if Asuka won Queen of the Ring, because we would have got Io versus Asuka at SummerSlam.
So I think that they're just kind of delaying it to in Paris.
I'll say this. I don't see the reason why you still can't have that match at SummerSlam, even if it's for a title or not. I don't think a title necessarily makes it bigger.
No.
It could, but I don't think it has to.
If the title's on the line, it's like, yeah, okay, the title's on the line. I'm not watching it because the title's on the line. I'm watching it because it's Io Sky versus Asuka.
Mm-hmm.
If the title, like I said, if the title's on the line, cool. If it's not, I'm still watching it because I respect the shit out of both these women, where they've come from, where they are now, and the fact that they've been in a faction together. They know each other. They understand what each other is capable of. That makes it that much more of a uncertainty to who's going to win it for me. Because to me, they're both equal.
Yeah.
So you put it at SummerSlam, put it in Paris, put it in a backyard to tomorrow. I don't care. I'm going to pay and I'm going to watch it. So that's who I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for Asuka to be the big winner. But if I had to pick like a dark horse, again, who do you pick, right? Like, can't pick Jordan Grace because she's in a match. Is she in a match that night? Yes.
Yeah, we just talked about it. She's
So I
facing
can't put her in that one.
JC Jane for the NXT
title.
Here's the thing.
Man.
I think you can, like, we talked if Julia does have a match, she'll be in it. I don't know if you necessarily do that too much. If just put it out there, it kind of be comical if you have Julia go in, she wins it, and she just chooses to defend her title instead of go on for another one. Won't happen, but it'd be really funny.
That would be hilarious.
To me, that would be an old R-Truth thing to do.
Yeah, it would
like
be.
a Los Conquistadors thing, but I mean, whatever. I firmly have Stephanie Vicure winning because, again, how do you not go with Fekir versus Ripley at Clash in Paris. You have an Australian versus a Chilean go up against each other in Paris. I think it kind of speaks for itself.
Okay.
That's just me. And that's just the way I look
Yeah.
at it. But at the same time, though, I look at it this way. What if it is somebody completely shot in the dark? It's totally somebody different.
Right?
What happens if Chelsea Green wins it? What happens if Zelina Vega wins?
Right.
What
Like,
happens if Kyrie Sane wins this?
what if it's a chick from, sorry, not the right word to use. What if it's a lady from AAA that
Yeah.
gets a shot? What if it's a TNA rostered knockout?
Well, and here's the thing. Do I think there's going to be TNA representation in this match? Sure. Why couldn't Nash by Elegance appear in this? Why couldn't we see
Rose?
like
Mary?
yeah. Why couldn't we see anybody in this match?
Now, you said it. What if
But at the same time, why can't we see Lola Vice get a really good look? Why can't we see
Right.
somebody like maybe Kiana James comes back in this match?
yeah, this is one of those matches that the possibilities are literally endless. Literally.
Maybe Alba Fire takes a step out and like they do some with her. Piper Niven, same thing. Maybe Meechin wins and she gets an opportunity. Maybe this is the match where you put Natty in and you get her a win here. Maybe
Dude.
Maurice comes back and she goes to Paris. Maybe Maurice in Paris is what you do.
Again, the options we have is ridiculously endless. Like, you could pick anybody. Like, it doesn't even have to, like you said, it doesn't even have to be the top women like in popularity. It could be someone that's literally just started in NXT and they're like, you know what? You're doing really good. Let's give you go up there and we'll give you a run and see how it goes.
Yeah.
Like we said, this is complete speculation. I would be tickled pink if it was somebody that is coming out of something before NXT and they're in NXT. They've been in it like a month or 2, 3 months, and they got lots of popularity. They're doing really good. Everyone's really getting behind them. Okay, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Like the Rocky kind of thing. You're really a nobody, but let's give you up there and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see that kind of thing.
I mean, it's not out of the ordinary that we see WWE say, "Hey, let's test something out here."
Right.
We're in a market that we don't normally do shows at,
Exactly.
let alone we've never done a big show at. So
Yeah.
let's try something new out and see if it works.
Isn't this like the second ever show they've done in Paris?
I don't know if
Or
it's the
France?
second ever, but it's the first ever. No, they did they did a show in France before.
Okay.
Why am I blanking on that?
Yeah,
Because they did a show in Lyon, France.
Yes.
Backlash, I believe they did.
Yeah, it was Backlash.
Yeah.
Yeah. That rings a bell.
But Paris, I don't think they, because usually it's Clash and Castle or whatever, and
Yeah,
they're not
in
doing Clash in Paris.
Scotland or yeah.
Well, no, it was Clash in the Castle, but it was in 2 different spots at one point.
Okay.
So they're really renaming the PLE for this one.
Yeah, it's Clash in Paris instead
Yeah.
of Clash the Castle or Clash in a Castle, whatever.
It's
But regardless,
it's exactly what happens if you go to the locker room and COMD because you CIP. But well, not I, but
yeah, I know what you mean.
not I, but O, but you know what I mean. Let's not go vowels, but let's go to the next match, shall we?
Yes, because we could go all night on that one.
Let's go to that tag team title match. It is
Yes.
the champion. It is right now the people that hold the title, Raquel Rodriguez and Roxanne Perez, defending the championship against a team out of Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. Alexa Bliss and Charlotte are the ones that are in NXT. We started off here, but we never actually talked about the match.
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah.
So
Thanks
here's
for
the
that.
thing. We don't know who the Raw or the NXT teams are. Now, I did see a graphic that could have been a spoiler or it could have just been a fan made, but it had Sol Ruka and Zarya be the representation from NXT with the
Whoa.
Dungeon Dolls that is Natalia and Maxine Dupree from Raw. Now, that is not out of the ordinary. I do not think that could be wrong thing, but they also did have Charlotte and Alexa Bliss from SmackDown. And that's why I'm thinking this could be more accurate than we are led to believe.
Yeah.
But here's the thing with Raw or NXT, it doesn't, they never said you had to be a Raw superstar on the day of the announcement. It could just be any Raw team. What if we saw somebody like, what happens if the Bella Twins showed up on Raw and they won that qualifier?
It's
they represent.
possible.
What if the Inspiration show up on NXT and win the NXT spot?
Right? Like again, this is one of those, who could it be? We don't know. Really. But if we go by that graphic, apparently it's going to be.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't know if it was a real graphic or if it was just.
Well, we're just going to say let's say it's a leaked graphic.
I did see it before Charlotte and Alexa won. So far they're it's 1 out of 3.
1 out of 3. Okay, so let's go with this is who it's going to be, hypothetically, to face the tag team champions at Evolution. Sorry, my brain drew a blank there for a minute because I'm.
It's all right.
So we got Natalia and
Maxine
Dupree
called the Dungeon Dolls, which, by the way,
the Dungeon Dolls.
Badass name.
That is epic.
Badass name.
That's epic. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, so out of these 4 teams,
and we're just gonna go with if this is the match.
This is completely if this graphic that you've seen is a leaked true graphic. Somebody accidentally hit the wrong button and it got out there.
Yeah.
I honestly think it's gonna be down to I love it. The Dungeon Dolls.
Yeah.
And our current tag team champions.
Okay.
And as bad as I want to see Natalia have a title run, I don't think it's this title. I think the champs are going to retain because that continues the storyline of them having these titles and Liv Morgan coming back to be like, that's my title, give it to me. And then her and Roxanne having issues because Dom is going to do what Dom does, and that's going to cause some friction within the Judgment Day.
Yeah, and I have a hard feeling booking against anything Charlotte does, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Charlotte and Alexa win, just because they right now do have a good storyline going on with them and their dynamic. So
they do.
But again, it's 2025. We all thought the Judgment Day would be over. They're actually all champions right now. So
they're all holding gold.
Who would think that this is an era to bet against the Judgment Day? I wouldn't. But then my dark horse is Sol Ruka and Zarya. Because if I was to book the tag team titles right now in WWE that can go to NXT, why not include NXT in this right now when you know that your tag team division on the women's side is not as strong as it used to be? So include that.
To get it back to NXT where it started.
Yeah.
I agree. And if you don't, I think the titles need to be updated. I'm I get that it started from NXT. We're kind of keeping that NXT look to it.
It didn't start from NXT.
Where did the female
Main
tag
roster, first ever champions was Sasha Banks and Bailey.
Really? It was main roster. Oh,
Yeah, it just
I
was
thought it was
included
NXT.
in all 3 brands from the get-go, and it's always stayed that way.
Oh,
Actually, it didn't, because then they had NXT women's champions that they took away. They actually meshed them together, and then they brought it back to the original.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh. See, I thought it went from NXT, and then the girls in the main roster were like, well, we got nothing. So they went, oh, okay, well, it can be defended on all shows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. So you think that NXT girls are the dark horse? I'm not wrong with you. I'm not wrong.
If you're gonna do a change, and that nobody saw coming, this wouldn't be the worst one to do.
Not going to disagree. I 100% agree with that.
And then you can have Soruka have 3 titles.
Because she needs 3 titles.
Why not? She's good.
Let's go.
Yeah. Before we go to what I think is the main, do you want to play the graphic one more time since we've doubled the time?
Yeah, we need to play that, definitely. So
Okay.
enjoy this video, everybody, and we'll be right back.
Turnbuckle Studios and the Turnbuckle Affiliation Program bring you the week of streams. All times are in Eastern Time. Monday nights you get the Locker Room Breakdown at 7 p.m., followed by the Raw Patrol at 8 p.m. Tuesday brings you the flagship show, Turnbuckle Talk, at 8:05 p.m. Wednesday we play games with the PlayStation Showcase at 8 p.m. Thursday we got total non-stop action with Brace for Impact at 8 p.m. Friday we game again with Unleashed, the Jessica Wilde story at 7 p.m. Following the game, join us for the SmackDown Security Detail at 8 p.m. The weekend brings you Saturday Night Gaming at 8 p.m. On Sunday be sure to catch the Chris Parrish podcast at 12:15 p.m. followed by the Boar's Nest at 8 p.m. Be part of the shows and join the chat every day.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. And before we wrap up, we have one more match to talk about?
One more match, and I think it's very obvious that this is what the main event's going to be, and that is Rhea Ripley challenging for the WWE World Women's Title.
Yes.
Versus Io Sky, the reigning, defending champion. This, in my eyes, is the hardest match to call because you can make an honest statement for both. It's Rhea Ripley, main event. It is hilarious. She was the first match in the first Evolution 2018 PLE, where she was in a non-televised match against Dakota Kai for the WWE UK Women's Title.
Okay.
And
so
then,
she's been in both.
Yeah, there's a few women that have. In fact, here's the thing: Nia Jax won the 2018 Women's Title. Yeah, right. So, and then going up against Io Sky, Io Shirai was also part of the 2018 Evolution. So we have a lot of history here.
Tons.
Io Sky dominates Rhea Ripley in one-on-one matches.
Io's never lost.
Yeah, so we have that. As much as you don't want to bet against Rhea Ripley, because if there's one thing she took away from her matches with Charlotte is how do I always find myself in the title picture? It's the fact that Io Sky is also the person that says, hey, just when you thought you were getting Bianca versus Rhea at WrestleMania, I'm popping up and I'm taking the title and I'm walking into WrestleMania. And just when you thought somebody else was going to win, I walked out with the title.
Yeah.
So why could you bet against Io Sky, who I believe will win the Slammy as your best women's wrestler of 2025?
Oh, hands down.
And that's only because Liv Morgan got hurt.
That's the only reason.
And I do think it's also probably because Stephanie McGuire doesn't win a world title 2025. on the main roster.
Yeah. But
Uh,
I'm gonna put this up. You gotta pick somebody to win this match. Who you
Rhea
pick?
Ripley.
Rhea?
And it's again, how do you go up again? How do you say no to Rhea Ripley versus Stephanie Victoria Clash in Paris? I think that's a bigger match than Asuka versus Io. I think this is a great way to kind of give your thing like, look, it's the two best women of that we have right now going up against each other in the match. And you know who the biggest star is? It's Rhea Ripley. You know why? Because she gets it done.
But what if?
And I really think Rhea Ripley is the face of the women's division. And how apropos would it be if the face of your division wins the title yet again and goes on?
True. So,
and she gets the title back from the person who beat her.
True. Yes. And finally gets a win over that person.
Yeah.
So my question is, number one, when is the pay-per-view in Perth?
It's in October.
October.
Yeah.
I would like to see Rhea going into that as champion. At that point, to have that match against Stephanie.
Well, no, it would be Clash in Paris. I think Perth could be a great opportunity to run it back with Io.
To have Io's rematch?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so many ways that this can go. I'm not upset if Io loses the title to Rhea because, yes, you're correct.
Oh, here's also the thing. Crown Jewel, your two champions will face each other for the Crown Jewel Championship.
Oh, that's right, too, eh? Oh, so you can't even do that match like I want at Crown Jewel in Perth because
your two main women's champions and two main men's champions will face each other for the Crown Jewel Championship.
I forgot they did that. Okay, well, yeah, I guess we have to go with the way you want it because it just makes better sense.
And I honestly think you either have Io or Ripley. One of the two should be ones, in my opinion, that she even should win that.
You're right.
It would be imagine, because I believe that's October.
I can't remember.
I believe Crown Jewel's in October. I want to say October 11th. I am pretty sure that that's the date. So if that's the case, we're well past SummerSlam.
Yeah, way past it. Yeah.
So we could even be talking about Naomi versus Rhea Ripley at Crown Jewel.
We could be. What a match that would be, right?
It sets up perfectly.
We can't argue with it. So that all being said, Mr. Parrish, it is getting super late. We're 4 hours deep into a 1 hour show.
Well, you are.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I mean, I've done two. I mean, I also did a pre-record right before this, as well as my show earlier today. So
yeah, so we're doing pretty good.
It's a good amount.
I'm gonna have to go with you on that for the main event. Rhea is gonna walk out of this with that title. I mean, you look story-wise further down to Perth because that's kind of where I'm like, that's going to be the main event. Her defending the title against whoever's holding the other title at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes sense to have her walking back into her home country again, holding the title.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, my friend, I'm just going to cut right to the end because there is so much happening in the world of wrestling. I appreciate you coming out and doing this after hours show with me.
Workhorse.
That's right, brother.
I'm old.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of this man here beside me, Mr. Parrish, and myself, with all due respect and all due love, people, have yourselves a great Monday. We are officially into Monday, my time.
Yeah.
So peace out.
Still Sunday. For me.
Love yous. Have a good night.
Bubba Duke is here and plays his game. Looking to rock and take his fame. Loves to drive that General Lee. Every Sunday with OMD. Step up, he's ready for a fight. Even when he has an open mic night. Boyness is here, so don't you sweat. Cause Bubba Duke and OMB are here to own this set. So sit back and enjoy tonight's best. Cause it's time to roar at Boar's Nest. Bubba Duke is here and plays his game. Looking to rock and take his fame. Loves to drive that General Lee. Every Sunday with OMD. Step up, he's ready for a fight. Even when he has an open mic night.